Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to the second episode of Giants of Backlog, our excuse to force ourselves to get through our backlogs and create a podcast with our thoughts. A reminder for anyone who hasn't seen the first show, we did Bioshock 2. So go ahead and listen to that episode after this one. Spoilers are going to be involved, heavy spoilers and discussion of the game. Really, we're just discussing our thoughts and what we enjoyed and didn't enjoy in each game. So if you're planning to play Cuphead, I recommend playing through the game and then coming back to see if your opinions are similar to ours. So this episode, as I said, is episode 2. We're going to be discussing Cuphead, which we played through in the last 2 weeks. This is my first episode where I got to pick the game. So we'll do an intro to our hosts. I'm John.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul.
Yeah, and I'm Jay.
Awesome. So I think where we should start with this one is just hot takes on the game itself overall. I'll get us started. For me personally, the game mechanically was very difficult, but at the end of it, I look back on the game and I almost feel like it felt like more of a puzzle game than a run and gun, just because once you solved each phase of the boss, the bosses became pretty easy. Whereas if you didn't solve the phases, it was basically impossible to beat.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was challenging to just beat your head against the wall and brute force it on the more difficult bosses.
Yeah.
My hot take for this game is it would have been just as fun, if not more fun, if instead of making the game about boss fights, they had just embraced the run and gun and made it more like a traditional 2D platformer. But I think the reason they didn't do that is the amount of work it would take to make a game like that. As it was, I know this game was in development hell for a long time because of how much work it took to hand draw all the scenes and animate it or something like that.
Yeah. Do you think that if they made it more of a run and gun with, for the run and guns currently, at the end of a few of them, there's like a mini boss to face. And I found that facing these mini bosses at the end, there's a lot of pressure because if you lose it, you lose your entire progress from the run and gun. So do you think they'd have to dumb down the bosses if they included them all in like a traditional 2D platformer way, or would they have to change the mechanic and add checkpoints?
Probably not every mission would have a boss at the end like that, but I'm just thinking Super Mario Brothers. At the end of some of those missions, you have like a Koopa at the end.
Uh-huh.
Or if it's a castle, there's a little mini boss to fight at the end to knock the castle down. So yes and no, I guess.
Gotcha. Jay?
Yeah, my hot take is that the dragon boss is bullshit.
That's a good hot take.
Also, fun fact, Elon Musk in 2019 said that a port of Cuphead will be playable on the Tesla cars.
Why?
Because he likes the game.
You think Elon Musk...
He's the meme lord.
You think Elon Musk beat Cuphead?
Hell no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
No way in hell.
He likes the concept of the game.
That guy doesn't know anything about games. He likes Cyberpunk. Look at his truck.
And his truck?
The Cyber truck.
Oh, I see. All right, I think where we should start is where basically all of these start, I think. Art and music style throughout the game. It's structured as a children's book. First act, you open up the book and you get a little background. Cuphead and Mugman, the main characters. If you play single player, you only play as one. They get into trouble with the devil at the casino, and they have to win bounty contracts or soul contracts from each of the bosses in the game that also owe their souls to the devil in order to repay that debt. So that's how it starts. You open the book, and then the idea is each time you're playing through all these bosses and doing the whole thing, you're kind of moving through the book. And then at the end of the game, once you beat it, the book closes and says the end. What do you guys think about structuring the game in that way, in that style of storytelling?
It's funny you say that. Basically, the first part of what you just said was the song that plays at the title credits.
That's true, actually. You're right.
You were just a lot less musical and
They like to roll the dice.
Yeah.
By chance, they played the Devil's Game, and boy, they paid the price.
How many times do you guys listen to this song?
So many times.
To my brain.
Every time you rage quit, you had to listen to it again?
Yeah, so I'd close out, and then it sucked me back in. I had to listen to that title song while I loaded in.
It's funny. I never loaded the game back up. I basically had it open in the entire time behind whatever I was doing, and I'd just alt tab into the game, try a boss 4 more times, alt tab out. So on completion on Steam, it says I have 147 hours played in the last 2 weeks.
That's got to be a top 0.1%.
I didn't play the game for 147 hours. It didn't take me that long.
I forget what was going on, but when this game first came out, for some reason, I had it on the start screen on my TV, and I was doing something else for 2 hours, and it was just that opening song looping over and over again, and it's been seared into my memory. Probably could have muted the TV.
Closed the game.
Yeah. That was 2016, 2017.
Yeah, 2017, I believe.
Yeah, different person back then. But to answer your question, the storybook, it's familiar. It's been done a lot. It does fit extra well here in this game because of the hand-drawn art style, the music. It all kind of matches the singular theme, and I think that's the basis of the game. They said, let's make a cool old style animated game, and then the second thought was, all right, what kind of game is it going to be? So it's, in my opinion, it was a fairly well executed side scroller platformer in a novel art style.
Yeah, and I'm there with you. I think it all worked together really well in the game that it ended up being too, in this gauntlet of boss fights. I think the jazz music along with the old school cartoony art style, the hand-drawn art style. If I had to play through the dragon, let's say, and I had to fight a boss 300 times, and I was listening to some pop song, I'd have to play it on mute. But because it's just an instrumental jazz music that is a little random in nature, and you're not really have to pay too much attention to it because it doesn't have lyrics. I think it works well for this type of game where you're repeating the same section of music hundreds of times sometimes.
Yeah, and that was one of my criticisms of the game, was that I felt like the loop on the music was a little bit too short. I had thought they could have lengthened the amount of time before it resets, and it would have, saved my mental health a lot.
Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that, honestly. I think it's probably because I was focusing a lot on the sounds of the game, because one thing I really liked about what they did with the game is every attack had its own sound throughout every boss on every phase. So you were just able to sometimes focus on a different section where you need to focus and just listen to those sounds be made and know something's coming. So I don't know. I didn't pick up on the same thing, but I'm sure if I did pick up on it being a short section of music that repeated over and over, like, that's exactly what I was happy I didn't pick up on, you know? Do you guys have any additional thoughts on the art or music style of the game? I mean, there's the basic one that I don't think we covered. The art is ridiculously the game looks ridiculously good. I don't think we said that, because basically everyone who's ever reviewed Cuphead says that and not much more. But I agree with the general consensus that the game is extremely well animated and looks really good.
Yeah, I think they hit the nail on the head with what they're going for. Having the cartoon look spot on, the old style animated.
I think the thing about modern AAA graphics is all of these studios go for the same photorealistic style, and it results in a lot of games looking visually very similar. So anytime that a studio comes out and does something different with graphics in their games, it gets a lot of attention. And I think the developers of Cuphead did a great job executing on their vision, and it looks great. Everybody talks about how great the graphics look. I was talking with Jay earlier when we were playing through it, and he was talking about the graphics, and he said that something along the lines of, I have no nostalgia. I didn't grow up in the 50s. And I laughed, and I thought about it, and I thought, well, who is asking for a game like this? Who wanted old cartoon graphics? Because that's not what cartoons looked like when I grew up either. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have nostalgia either, but I did think it looked good. I thought it was cool. So
yeah, I agree with that. It wasn't a nostalgia thing at all, right? It's just, this looks like a cool game.
Yeah, it's just that old school cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think it definitely benefits from being unique. There's no comparison point for a game like this, so it stands out in its own category, really. So if you're looking for a game with this kind of graphics, this is your only option, which I think benefits the game itself.
Did you guys read about the DLC?
No. Is it supposed to come out ever?
In 2020, it was a DLC called The Delicious Last Course was supposed to come out, but it was delayed due to COVID. And they haven't given any update on if it's ever going to come.
Well, hopefully it does. Bridging off that point, I know that once you do beat the game, because I was looking into it, because once I beat the game, finished the devil, I was going to go back in and just check that I was completed, and I was only at 94%, and I'm like, why am I at 94%? I found out it's because I didn't get all of the coins in the run and guns. But
did you go back and do it?
No.
I did.
Why?
Because I wanted to see 100%.
Oh. No, I didn't bother. But I mean, I beat the game today, so it would have been a little tight to go back and do it. I'm sure it'd probably be easier the second time around to grab all the coins in the running guns, but
it was.
I didn't bother doing it. But I saw that once you beat the game, you unlock the expert difficulty on every single boss. Do you think you'd ever go back and play all the bosses on expert?
I played a couple of the bosses on expert on the first isle. I played Ribby and Croaks and Hildeberg on expert just to see.
Yeah, I was having some trouble remembering Hildeberg from the first island today, so I went and replayed her on Expert too. I didn't beat her.
You guys beat it?
No. But it didn't seem as hard as I thought it was going to be. Like, I ended up getting to the 5th phase on my first try, and then I was like, okay, I remember everything now, and just left.
Yeah, I have no desire to go back and play on Expert. I'm happy with the time I spent in Cuphead. I don't need it more difficult, but that's just me.
If I was traveling,
Yeah, I'm right there with you,
and I only had my Switch with me, and I didn't have like a new game to play on Switch, I probably would go back and replay some of these bosses on Expert and do some pacifist runs for the run and gun missions.
Yeah, I saw that. It's an achievement, right? If you beat all the pacifist missions without killing anything.
Yeah.
Or the run guns missions.
Mm-hmm. How do you do that for the I didn't try a pacifist run. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how do you get past those? Does it not count? It must not count.
Maybe either they don't count, or maybe it opens up after X amount of time. I have no idea.
And yeah, I too didn't get all of the coins. I actually didn't even beat one of the running guns. I just skipped it because I didn't feel like doing it. And so that one never got beat, but I beat the game, and I bought the guns I needed, and I was thinking about maybe now that there's no pressure, no stress, like trying to get the rest of the coins just to get the achievements, but we'll see if I actually find time.
See, that's the benefit of playing things on PC. I don't care about Steam achievements.
Yeah.
Never have, never will. So I can just play games and not have the pressure of having to 100% them. I can just play them until they're not fun.
Yep. It's a freeing world.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about achievements, but I do think they add something to the game, having a little added incentive, a little extra carrot to keep you going, find that last collectible or whatever it is, just in general.
Yeah,
I agree.
In my favorite games, I always end up 100%ing them with all the collectibles and all the achievements. So, I mean, when I love a game, it's additional content to just keep playing it,
Right.
All right, from here, let's dive into some of the gameplay. I figure a good way to do this will be, let's get all of the more minor stuff out of the way, the run guns, mausoleums. That way, when we start talking about the bosses, we can just stay in the meat and stay discussing bosses. So let's talk about run and guns and mausoleums. Start with mausoleums, I guess. General thoughts on the mausoleums being... so the mausoleums were mini games where you protect an urn. There's the spirit of a mug in the urn, and once you finish protecting this urn, you earn a super art. And there's 3 super arts, and they're all very underwhelming, in my opinion.
Yeah, so
You said they're all very underwhelming?
Yeah.
I agree
Go
with
for
that.
it, Paul.
So the way you protect this cup is there's a bunch of spooky ghosts that are coming to get her, and you have to parry them to make them disappear. And I thought it was pretty easy. It was like one of the easier parts of the game, but it was a useful tool to help you practice parrying, which is pretty important for everything else in the game. So I didn't mind them. It was nothing that really... It was... Honestly, these mausoleums were pretty underwhelming too.
For me, I thought it was like one of the funnest parts of the games, because it was just like
Easy.
see how many you can combo,
Yeah.
Like there was a secret achievement on the Xbox for parrying 5 times without hitting the ground.
Yep, there's one on Steam too.
Yeah, so
Do you get the coin from the guy?
yeah, they were pretty easy, but I thought they were fun. And then as far as the super arts go, I thought the first one was the only useful one because you could use it to essentially skip some of the phases of bosses. The third super art, I never really figured out if it actually worked or did anything. And then the second one, I found use for it like maybe twice in the game, and that was it.
Yeah, like in situations where you didn't need to do damage, you might as well bring the second super art.
Yeah, right, exactly. And just so maybe we have some listeners that haven't played the game or haven't gotten this far yet, but the first super art is just basically a big attack.
Energy beam.
Energy beam. The second super art is invincibility for seems like way too short to be
Yeah,
useful.
it's like 3 seconds, and then you get hit.
Yeah, it's just under 5 seconds.
And then the third one was like your spirit separates and flies off the screen, from what I can tell.
So I actually used the spirit on the rat level when on the final phase for the cat, and I think it does more damage than the first super art because you can keep it on the screen indefinitely, basically. So when you control your character, it also controls the spirit. So the spirit flies to the left, but if you tap right, it starts moving right.
Yeah.
So
I never figured that out. It just would fly away.
I used it a little bit. It was interesting to try to control the spirit in Cuphead or Mugman at the same time, but I didn't feel like it worked that well control-wise, or that it did enough damage to really successfully reward you for controlling them both at the same time.
Well, real quick, guys, who did you play as?
Cuphead.
I played as both.
I only played as Cuphead too.
I wanted to play as Mugman a little bit, so I played as him some on the second aisle.
No difference
Gotcha.
really in the actual gameplay, Paul.
Nope. You'd never even know other than the blue.
Different color pants.
Yeah, and a button nose on one.
All right, so I think the other half of this was the run and guns. Funny story. So I'm playing on PC, and when you play on PC, you play with just keyboard. So the controls are the arrow keys for
You can
movement.
use a controller.
Yeah, but I didn't want to. But
You made it sound like it was
So-
impossible to play with anything but mouse and keyboard.
huh?
You made it sound like it's impossible to play with anything but mouse and keyboard on PC.
Oh yeah. Okay. On PC, you should play with controller because my brain took like a couple hours to even be decent at this game. Literally, like at these controls, like you use your right hand on the arrow keys, and your left hand is shift to dash, Z to jump, X to shoot, and C to aim, and V for your super art. So like super difficult to like remind your brain that Z is jump, like your ring finger on your left hand is jump. So I had to remap some stuff, but literally the first run gun, Forest Follies, in my notes for the game, I have, if I could find it.
While you're looking for that,
I'm struggling.
I don't know if we said this, but I played on Xbox. John, of course,
Yeah.
played on PC, and Paul played on Switch. And I'm curious. I assume you guys can probably imagine how it played on an Xbox controller, but I'm curious how it played on the Switch controller. Paul, did you use the Joy-Cons?
Yeah, I played in handheld mode exclusively. It felt great. I've played a ton of platformers on Switch in handheld mode, so
Is that with the little screen?
yeah.
Is it hard to make like precise jumps on the little screen?
No, you get used to the scale. Especially
Gotcha.
for me too, because I used the smoke bomb perk, which we didn't talk about perks earlier, but we'll get to that, I assume.
Yeah, probably in the boss fights when we're talking about what we used and how we did stuff.
So I got used to the scale really quick. I think it plays really well on Switch.
Oh, I assume, like for me, I had to have the whole living room on the Xbox, playing. But I assume, Paul, you played this like laying on the couch while your wife is watching soaps.
Yeah, I played it on the couch. I played it in bed. Played it on the toilet.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be nice just to like, oh, I got 30 minutes. I can put in a few runs to have it handheld.
Yeah, I was playing during work. I was addicted to this game.
Yeah, you're the first one of us to beat it. You beat it like a week ago.
Yeah, I got hooked on that loop. Do you find your notes, John?
Yeah, literally my notes just say Run and Gun 1, which is Force Follies. Hard, have to use all the buttons. I was really struggling with using all the buttons. And the fact that I wrote that it's hard is ridiculous because it might be the easiest anything in the whole game.
When this game first came out in 2016, and Paul and I were up north at my cabin, and we were playing it co-op, and it took us probably 3 hours with our girlfriends at the time just watching us die over and over and over again. Because there's a little wrinkle, John, when your teammate dies in co-op and they turn into the ghost, they have a pink heart.
So you have to parry it.
They come back to life. But what we would do a lot is we'd try to parry to get our friend back, miss the parry and land on something and die ourselves, and then just then.
So in co-op, only one of you has to get to the end?
Yes.
Yep.
Do you have half the amount of lives?
No.
Huh.
The bosses have more health and stuff, but if your teammate dies, their health gets reduced back to what it would be if you were playing by yourself.
So co-op's easy mode.
Well,
Maybe.
I'm not sure if their health resets.
I found it harder to keep track of things, and again, this is 5 years ago now, but with two little people jumping around, dodging stuff, it was hard.
Hiding in tiny gaps. Could you imagine the feathers or the rope on the robot level, the feather phase with two people trying to go through the same gaps? That would actually be terrible.
Yeah. I could never tell red from blue because I'm colorblind. Not really. Does this game have a colorblind mode? It should if it doesn't.
It should, because then people can't parry anything.
I remember there being outrage when the game first came out because it didn't have colorblind mode, and people couldn't tell the difference between the pink and the purple.
Yeah.
So they would try to parry purple things. Die.
That sucks. But it's funny.
Well, we're talking about running guns right now.
Yeah.
For me, I thought the running guns were way less fun than the boss fights. The running guns were just something like I tried to scrape through, and I got really pissed off at one running gun in particular. It's the flipping gravity one. That one.
Really?
Oh, really?
I hated it.
I thought that was one of my favorite levels of the entire game.
Oh man, that one was. It might be colored because I'd get to the final wall like so many times and die right there.
Yeah.
But
well, that's what sucks, right? It's like the running guns, you actually have something to lose. You're not just starting in the boss fight. If you get to the final boss of the running gun, you die, now you have to go through the entire gauntlet of the run and gun again.
I thought they got better as the game went on. Because at first,
I'm with you.
Like Forest Follies and the Treetop Trouble, the first couple, they're pretty uneventful. I thought pretty short,
completely basic.
Yeah,
not really anything.
A problem I had, and it's because of my own stupidity, is I did the first like 3 or 4 running guns without caring about the coins because I didn't realize that was the only way to get coins. So I assumed they were like in Mario, where like they have the coins that are just like bonuses if you get them, if you're trying to 100% a level. So I just left them, and then I couldn't buy anything. I gotta go play these again. So yeah, that was on me though. I didn't think about it.
Yeah, that would suck though. Like, because some of them were difficult. Like the Rugged Ridge one, that one took me probably an hour, and then I was pissing myself off because I basically had the whole thing solved, and I just had to beat the platforming section without taking 2 hits, and I died I failed that like 4 times. Like, what the heck? This is just a platforming section. Stop falling off.
The game does a good job of creating a sense of urgency in that one, because when I replayed it to get all the coins, I was going so slow, and I realized I don't need to rush. This is like, I can take my time, make sure I get all these jumps. This guy's not on my ass like I thought he was the first time around.
Yeah, he's just chilling at the left side of the screen. As long as you don't go to the left side of the screen, you're good.
That is the one I skipped, so I have nothing to contribute. The Rugged Ridge one.
When you're sliding down the hill in that one, John, there's a coin at the very end that you have to jump to get, and I kept getting distracted by avoiding enemies and missing it, so I just had to restart because I was only playing it to get that coin.
That's funny. Yeah, I got that coin on my run, but I was like, I would purposely position myself once I felt like it was almost time on like the right side of the platform, so I would be able to get that one.
Yeah, I tried to do that, and then a little golem would spawn, and I'd have to jump, and it would go by, and I was sitting in my chair. I was sitting in my like chair in the living room while my wife was watching TV, like Jay said, and I'd just be like, "God damn it!" Like swearing. She'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Like, this game reduced me to maniacal laughter, like screaming at my TV, tossing my controller at the couch, cursing John's name for picking this game. It was tough. It was a tough game for me, and there was a point where I texted you to it. I'm like, I'm not gonna finish this game.
And that was early too, which is hilarious. That was like a week ago. You had a full week still, and you're like, I'm not finishing. No way.
And you beat it before John.
Okay, so I was gonna get into this later, but I'll just say it now. When the game first came out, I played it to 25% completion. So I basically finished the whole first island already. And so, because we're doing the podcast, and just because I didn't remember from 5 years ago, I started a new save slot. And so everything in the first island I'd seen before. So just dying there just like pissed me off, because I was like, I already saw this. Like, there's no discovery. Like, nothing was new to me. And that's a lot of the enjoyment of the game, right?
Right.
Beating a boss you haven't beat before, or discovering what the next level is.
Knowing that you're going to get to phase 3 and you're going to die there. You have a 0% chance of beating it this time because you haven't been there yet.
Right. Yeah,
and
exactly.
Trying to figure out how to beat it.
Is learning, like, okay, I'm going into this phase with 1 life, but I'm going to stick it out because I need to learn what the patterns are. But so then I got through the first island, and it was frustrating. And I'm on the second island, and the first thing I do is the roller coaster guy, and that was fine. Then I went right to the gumball, or the Candy Girl. And I think it's because I did Candy Girl, the run and gun with the gravity,
Yep.
and then Dragon. Those 3 back to back was my peak hatred of this game because like it was all stuff I'd already seen, and then in my opinion, 3 of the most unfair levels in the game, and that's when I, rage quit, turned off my Xbox, and texted these 2 saying, you know what? Maybe my viewpoint will be the too mad, didn't finish. But I will say, as soon as I beat the dragon, my enjoyment of the game skyrocketed. I had a lot of fun with everything after that.
Yeah, it's like once you beat the dragon, it's like, yeah, I can beat anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is an interesting design choice to put that difficulty spike right there. Like, in my opinion, Dragon was harder than the casino, was harder than the final boss, the devil.
Yep.
It was a steep difficulty spike.
It's probably on par with the robot.
Right.
Robot was hard. I squeaked by the skin of my teeth through the robot.
Yeah, robot was hard.
The robot was because I feel like a lot of the bosses in this game had one very difficult phase,
Mm-hmm.
and you hoped that phase was phase 1 so that you could coast through the final 2 phases, or so that you didn't have to do two phases that you knew you could just get super easy, but waste that minute and a half before going to a phase 3 that's super hard and having to play that phase 3 50 times,
That was Dragon.
But that was Dragon. Yeah, exactly. You go into phase 3 with 4 lives and then you lose all 4 in 3 seconds.
Right.
But it felt like a lot of bosses, they only had one difficult phase, but Robot, first and third phases were ridiculous, both of them. And it's like you get through the first phase, you have 3 lives, you're like, I better beat it this time. This is not going to happen for a while, So I felt the pressure every time I came out of the first phase with a lot of lives. I'm like, it's got to be this time or I'm screwed.
Added pressure. Yeah, I will say, our mutual friend Chris was at my house last weekend, and we played a couple bosses where we would switch off every death. And I gotta tell you, that's a fun way to play this game because it removes a lot of the pressure. You don't get as pissed off because there's people. You don't want to make a fool of yourself, and it's just fun. And then some of the highest point of this game is finally beating a boss, and we high five and are so happy.
Yeah,
I would stand up and be like, yeah, and fist pump every time I beat them really hard. Cressy's like, what? I'm like, nothing.
And I love that about quote unquote difficult games. The feeling when you finally succeed.
Right. And we could have done the co-op mode, but I think just as fun way to play is that hand off every death, and took me back to games I would play with my friends. They're over in high school, hand off every death.
Yeah, it's a fun way to play.
The couch co-op on a not co-op game.
Right.
The thing about the difficulty in Cuphead, I'd be swearing when I was playing it, but I would say that I'd be like, fuck, Paul, you died because you were a second late pressing the dash button. You just gotta be better. Or why did you do that? I was always frustrated with for the most part, I was always frustrated with myself rather than with the game when I would die.
Same. On the robot, I literally have in my notes, because like I said, it's kind of almost a puzzle game. I have notes on every boss, explaining how to beat every phase. on the robot, one of my notes is literally for phase 3, get to the bottom, you idiot. Because 5 times in a row, I would get to phase 3, and I'd start dodging the projectiles, and instead of remembering that there was a massive wall at the top of the screen that I just got hit 4 times in a row by, I'd get hit by it again, and not even get to see like the entirety of phase 3, so I get no progress even mentally on how to beat this phase. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, getting hit by the first thing in phase 3 5 times in a row, and I just couldn't not do it. I was getting so pissed at myself. But I agree with you. It's like most of the time I was pissed at myself when I died, not actually the game.
Yeah, I know we're talking about bosses, but really quick on the run and guns. Like I said earlier, I thought they did get better as the game went on, and the last couple, like Perilous Piers and Rugged Ridge, yeah, they were fun. I enjoyed them, and I really think if these guys wanted to, they could go through and make a game that was just run and guns in the same vein as like Super Mario Brothers or other platformers. But I think the trouble is the hand drawing all this shit that those running guns actually might have been. No, I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass, but they might have been more difficult for them to make than some of these boss fights.
I would imagine, because the boss fights are like cycling animations.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. But yeah, finishing up on run and guns. Yeah, I mean, just for me, I thought Funhouse Frazzle, the gravity one that Jay hated, I thought was a really fun level. I liked the change up of adding that mechanic, and it was the only time that mechanic existed in the whole game, but
yeah,
like I enjoyed that level just for that
untapped potential.
Yeah,
and another thing about the run and guns is like it's fun to just platform, and when you make a really close hard jump, it feels good. Like when you jump through the mouth of whatever those things are, the walls.
Yeah, exactly. When you just are able to dash through a super tight window between a couple projectiles, like it's just fun to be like, wow, I don't know how I didn't lose a life there.
Yeah,
I thought Perilous Piers was good too. I got to the octopus 10 times and just died with it going underwater.
Yeah, I was like, why is it sinking? What do I do?
What is happening?
You know what made the octopus really easy?
The triple shot. You shoot it straight up and use it as a shrimp umbrella.
Oh, you can do that, or the chaser, and you don't even have to aim it; it just kills everything.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, literally, that's another thing I have in my notes. This became easy once I used the triple shot and made it so I had an umbrella, and everything that was raining down on me just evaporated.
Yeah,
that was one that I used the invincibility on that final thing.
That makes sense, yeah.
Because then I had 5 seconds where I could just not worry about getting hit. I could get that coin that was up there and get through that
invincibility.
Well, let me ask you guys, what was your favorite and least favorite run and gun?
First one's my least favorite. Favorite was Rugged Ridge.
Yeah, first. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say Rugged Ridge at first pissed me off, could not figure out how to get past the guys. And when I realized how fast they were respawning, that really pissed me off. I'm like, you kidding me? Like, I have to kill these guys. They shoot these rubber band balls that boomerang, and I forget to dodge them on the way back half the time, and then they respawn after 3 seconds. Like, how am I going to beat this? But because it was so difficult, that once I solved it, it was super rewarding, because once I solved it, I basically beat it with 4 lives. And I liked the platforming section at the end. I thought it was a fun little platforming section.
Yeah, my least favorite was also the first one, and we kind of already touched on that. It was pretty straightforward, pretty bland, and they got better as the game went on. Perilous Pier was my favorite. It's similar to Rugged Ridge. At the end, you kind of have like the edge of your seat, like, oh, come on, just a little bit further. Almost there. With the octopus. And I didn't use the chaser my first time. I used something else. So I had to like actually dodge all of the shit that he was throwing up. I had like 1 HP. 1 HP in a dream.
Yeah, dude, the first time I ever got to the end and I saw the dock, I died to like the last shrimp, and that's what this game is, though. That's what this game is.
You see that progress
dying
bar.
to the last shrimp.
Countless disappointments and then one triumph.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of the progress bar that you'd see?
Oh, the progress bar was so mean.
Yeah.
I would skip it a lot. I would just hit retry so fast.
It was just an insult.
You like see you were like 3 hits away from a knockout, and you got killed by something you should have been able to dodge but didn't.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, you're kidding me right now.
Sometimes though, I'd see it and I'd be like, oh, I was so close. I got this.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that too.
Well, for mine, my least favorite, which I already said, was the gravity one. And the reason is I thought that the gravity being like a half a second for it to take effect, like, yeah, you can say you can learn that and then compensate for it, but that was so annoying to me, because like if I time it perfectly and I still fall into the thing that I'm trying to dodge, I just didn't know why they did that. Seems like they could have easily just made it an instant gravity shift. But that, and dying on the last boss, the trumpets were super annoying. The bombs that were on the other side, while the things were, I was just annoyed the whole level. So that was my least favorite. My favorite was the treetop trouble, which we didn't really talk about that much.
Yeah.
But I liked it because it's one of the only, I think it is the only level with vertical platforming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I really liked that. I liked that vertical section where you have to kind of take out the tree stumps before you jump up.
Yeah.
Which became easier once you had like the tracker and stuff, but that early in the game, most people don't. So I thought it was a good positioning for that level, and I thought it was a well executed little running gun.
I like that one too. I just thought it was a little on the short side. I wish it had been longer.
Yeah, and comparing difficulty of them all, Forest Follies and Treetop Trouble are baby mode, and the rest of them are a little like actually challenging,
That's by design though.
Yeah,
that's true, because they were the World 1 ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anything else, or are you guys ready to move on to the meat?
I figure a good way to do this would just be to go one by one in order of when they were faced, and then we can put a grade to each of the bosses between the 3 of us based on difficulty, style, design, or even just how fun they were to face. So,
what's our grading scale, John?
I don't know. S through F.
Okay.
1 through 10. Whatever you guys want.
I like the tier list. Do
I can go tier list. I think then we can also do like a easy graphic too, if
yeah, that'd be cool.
If we wanted. So yeah, let's go that way. So Area 1, Inkwell Isle 1. The first boss that I faced, and I think everyone faces, was the root pack, which is the vegetable garden that goes from potato to onion to carrot. What are you guys' thoughts on the root pack?
My thoughts were that his first phase is the potato, right? And he's just shooting spuds at us. And all you have to do is jump over them. Pretty easy. And then in the second phase, it's the crying onion who's raining tears down on you, and also pretty easy to dodge.
Mm-hmm.
The carrot is a little bit more complex. It's got two things that it does. It shoots beams at you, and you have those homing carrots that follow you around.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, one of the easier bosses in the game, I thought. Probably only took me a few attempts to beat, I think. So I'd have to put this one in D tier.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I think this boss, it's good to have, somewhat easy bosses, but in a game so difficult, it kind of babies you a little bit too much at the beginning, I think. Going back to, I had a hard time learning the controls. I was thankful then that it was a pretty easy boss, because I was just, having a hard time with the controls, but if I didn't, I'm pretty sure I could have done this in even fewer attempts than it took, and it really wasn't that hard. So I agree. I think I probably put this in my D tier.
Yeah, this is a boss I beat twice. Once 5 years ago, once a little bit ago. I didn't really remember much about it, so that says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It was easy. I would also say it's pretty low tier.
So, just finishing up on this, when I was doing research for this podcast, I did see that there are hidden phases for the bosses, or not for all of them, for 3 bosses. The first one being the root pack. Did you guys see that?
No.
Didn't know about that.
No,
So
I
I was
know.
actually thinking about going back and playing it again. So what happens is, if you don't attack the onion, it never starts crying, and it just like waves at you and goes away. And then during the carrot phase, there'll be like a radish chasing you around as well. So really, it just makes like the final phase more difficult.
That's cool. Maybe we should bump it up a tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. When I saw like hidden phases, I was hoping there was like a full another new phase, but it's kind of just an addition, a singular addition to the final phase.
It's like Far Cry 4 when you don't. You just do what they tell you to do. Stay there.
Right.
And
Stay here.
win.
He comes back and gives you what you asked for, and you beat them. The game ends.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing, and that makes me more appreciative to the game, because I know adding a different phase took a lot of hand animation for people, for probably 99% of people not to see.
Yeah, it's like a little Easter egg, but because of how this game's made, you're right, it's actual work that went into it.
That's pretty cool.
All right, let's go on to the second one, Goopy Legrand, which is the goop ball, the purple ball. Jay, do you want to start on this one?
Yeah, so the goop ball was pretty easy boss as well. Jumps around, and then he gets bigger and jumps around again, and in the first phase he attacks you with his head. In the second phase he attacks you with a boxing mitt, and for both of those you can just duck and continue shooting and it'll miss you. And then the end phase was the tombstone of the goop, and that was a little bit more interesting, but again, once you learn the pattern and when it was going to drop, it became really simple to beat.
Mm-hmm. If you had to put a letter grade on it, what would you give it?
I'd say this is probably bottom of the tier list. What's the bottom? What's our lowest?
F.
F.
Yeah, I have this guy in F tier as well.
I 100% agree. This guy's going to be my solo entrance into F tier.
This was the only boss I beat without dying.
Yeah, I think it's the easiest boss in the game, and it's also like artistically the least interesting. It's just a purple ball.
I never thought about that. That's fair. I thought some of the run and gun bosses were just as challenging, or maybe even more challenging. Like the lobster mini boss and Perilous
The hot dog?
Pier. Yeah, the hot dog.
The hot dog's way more difficult than the goop ball.
Yeah, so.
Hot dog was tough.
And then, like, his third phase, the tombstone, he telegraphs that he's going to slam. And then there's a delay that's long enough for me to file my taxes and still have time to dodge out of the way.
Yeah.
So.
Pretty good at filing your taxes.
Yep, pretty good.
Alright, so let's move on to the third boss, Ribby and Croaks, which are the frogs. I have to admit, this is the only boss in the game that I had to Google because I got stuck. Because at this point, I forgot parrying existed, and I was shooting the frickin' slot machine for 20 deaths, and I was getting pissed off, and it was never taking any damage, and I had no clue what was going on. So I had to Google and learn that, parrying's a mechanic. You know, one of 3 mechanics in the entire game that I just disregarded. So once I had to Google so that this would actually, the third phase would begin.
Yeah, this is one that I thought was a pretty big difficulty spike between the previous 2.
Yeah.
It kind of ramps you up into what you should expect for the rest of the game. And, you know, phase 1 and 2 were simple enough that you could get through them without losing a life. And then it was just the phase 3 that was really tough and took a lot of deaths and retries from me.
Yeah, I have that note too. This is the first boss fight that doesn't feel like a tutorial boss fight. They introduce a lot of new things with this one too. This is the first one where they actually split up, and then you have one on one side of the screen and one on the other side, and they're both doing stuff that you have to react to.
This first one where you have to parry.
It's the first one you have to parry. But I agree with you, Jay. The third phase of this fight was pretty difficult. A big spike in the game to this point. And then there's some RNG with that phase too. I think that's the first time where it's really introduced in an impactful way.
Right, you don't know which of the attacks are going to be coming out.
Yeah,
and
so
you're kind of hoping it's going to be an easier one. Like, I think the one where it was just platforms with spikes and you could just jump on the platforms, like, please be that.
Yeah.
On the ground. Yep.
The one
Sometimes you got
ball.
lucky, got that one twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with the ball that would bounce. I could just never time my jump to not get hit by the ball. So I was just fingers crossed it wasn't that one.
The one with the lasers and the platforms at mid-screen.
Mm-hmm.
You had to choose in advance to go above.
Yeah.
Below. That one tripped me up a lot.
Yeah. So all in all, for me, I think I would give this boss, I want to say a C, but I almost want to bump it up because I think it does a good job to like raise the difficulty, but not like too much, you know?
Yeah,
it does
I
a good job
agree.
introducing things. I think I want to say a B for Ribby and Croaks.
I agree. I have that note too, that it seems really hard the first time you fight it, but this is one that I went back and played on Expert, and it was much more manageable going back, knowing the phases.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I have this one in C tier, but I could see B tier if you factor in like how difficult it seemed when you were playing it at the time.
Right, like
put it on an island.
In the shoes of how I felt on Area 1.
Yeah.
You know?
What do you think, Jay?
You're the tiebreaker, Jay.
Yeah, I'd say let's put it at a B. If we could, I would rate it as a B minus. So let's
do that.
Round it up.
Fine.
Okay.
We can put it at the back end of B tier.
All right.
So, just real quick, for the first boss, did we have a definitive rating or tier?
I said D.
I also said D.
All right, that's official. This is the most official tier ranking of the Cuphead bosses on the internet.
Put it in the books. All right, John.
So
What's
the next boss is Hildeberg, which is the blimp boss, and also this is the boss that introduces the airplane mechanic. Let's just talk about the airplane mechanic to start. I thought it was cool. I thought, especially introducing it so early, it was a nice change up, and it being free was nice because at this point you can't really afford any of the guns anyway. So I thought, for me, it was unexpected, and I enjoyed how early it was introduced into the game.
Yeah, I like the plane bosses. It felt like playing a different game, honestly. Totally different set of mechanics that you had to learn. Mm-hmm. Different special. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked all of the plane bosses, honestly.
For me, on one hand, it was very jarring to go from 5 back-to-back, run and gun platformer levels to airplane. So every time I got an airplane boss, it'd take me a while to get back used to how differently it controlled.
Yeah, I can see that.
But at the same time, I'm happy it existed because it gave some needed breaks from the main part of the game. Switched it up in a meaningful and well thought out, fun way.
Mm-hmm. Gave my spacebar a break. So, jumping off that, Paul, we'll want to break down Hildeberg.
One more note I have about the airplane ones is this is where I found out how important it was, or maybe it wasn't important, but how much easier it would make my life to parry everything possible so I could put more damage out faster. And it was really from this airplane boss on that I would go out of my way to parry things, whereas before I would just kind of do it here and there. But from here on out, I always would try to get the parry just so I could build up that meter to do more damage.
Yeah, I think I missed something because my misunderstanding of parrying and forgetting that parrying exists on Ribby and Croaks basically was common throughout the entire game. I parried nothing. I have a 0 out of 3 parry score on every single boss in this whole game.
Well, what I would end up doing, and as part of my notes, is I would map out how many cards I wanted to end each phase with, and each additional parry that I got meant a free small, I don't know what they're called, X shots, or a free small alt.
It gave you a full card?
It gives you a full card with every parry.
Yep.
What the heck?
So I'd parry, and then if it was a bonus one I wasn't counting on, I would instantly just shoot the big bomb, or not the big bomb. You know what I mean?
The X special attack.
Yeah, the X special attack. And so it adds up over the course of the round. I mean, if you parry 5 times, that's an extra alt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that.
I thought it was really easy to parry in the plane levels too. All you do is fly by something and press your jump button.
I agree. I think parrying was a lot easier on the flying levels because it was easy to mess it up and just take damage on the ground levels, and that's why I never did it.
Yeah. So back to Hildeberg. Her first phase It was pretty easy, I thought. She has 3 constellations that will show on the screen, and each one will be a different attack based on what it is. You dodge them, and you just shoot her.
Mm-hmm.
You do that for a while, and then I want to talk about her final phase, because I thought her final phase was actually pretty difficult. So that's where she turns into a crescent moon, and she's taking up like half the screen, and she's shooting stars at you, and there's flying saucers on the screen and going over the top, and they have these death rays that they beam down, and you can't hit them, and it forces you into like a very tiny part of the screen. And it's like that was like the first time where my screen was just full of stuff that I had to react to, and it was overwhelming that early in the game.
It's like the first time that the game is like taking so much space away. It's like claustrophobic. Like you have to be in this tiny little area, and you have to be dodging stuff while you're there, or else you're dead.
Yeah, and the saving grace here is that she has very little health for this phase.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had 2 HP left, you're probably okay. You could kill her before you got hit twice, especially if you had a special left.
If you have your ult saved up, it just... And that's what a lot of my parries were geared towards, was I need to have 5 cards for the final phase, and if I have extra, shoot out some smaller attacks so that I make the most out of it, and not sit there with full meter for 2 phases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was also the first boss where there was some RNG with what phase came out. So not only was it RNG with attacks, but it could be a completely different phase from one attempt to the next, with the 3 Zodiac constellation phases.
Yeah, what were they? The bull?
The bull, there was the 2 like angels that shot out the spinning machine gun.
And then the archer.
Yeah, the arrow guy.
Yeah.
We have such good memories.
Pretty good. I'm with you. I think the moon phase, because it just sets it up for what the rest of the game is. Just hectic, nowhere to go. You're just the boss takes up the whole entire screen, and if you touch the boss, you're dead. Like, I think that phase makes the boss, because the phases aren't unexciting or anything, but the rest of the phases is one thing coming at you, and you just vertically up or down dodge it. So they're not like the most interesting ever. But the moon phase is the first one that just sets up how the rest of the game's going to be.
Yeah. Where do you have her on the list, John?
I honestly am doing it right now as I go, as I'm thinking about all of them. But
what do you think?
For me, she's memorable, and she sets up themes for the rest of the game. I have to go with a B. I also thought she was a fun boss when I was playing her. I thought the phases, at that time, I didn't think the phases were too easy.
Mm.
When I replayed her, I was like, wow, this is an easy boss. But, that's after you beat Inkwell Isle 3. Obviously, Isle 1 is going to be super easy. But when I first played her, I didn't think it was too easy. I liked that the phases rotated, or it wasn't always the same. So if I died on phase 5, I wasn't just playing the exact same boss fight over and over.
Yeah.
So I thought she was a fun boss to play. I gotta go. I think I give her a solid B.
Yeah, I've got her in B tier as well. I don't think she was as difficult as some of the other bosses that I have in B tier, but just because she was the first plain boss, it was a very memorable fight because of that, and because of the Crescent Moon phase. I've got her in B tier as well.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what I think, because I'm overruled.
What do you think, Jay?
No, I'm joking, but yeah, B seems like a good spot for her. I do think it's probably the easiest airplane, but it's also the first.
Yeah.
So it's a solid mid-tier boss.
We have consensus.
Yeah. All right. Cagney Carnation, the flower boss on Inkwell Isle 1. Jay, you wanna take this one?
Yeah, so I thought this boss overall was pretty easy. It really telegraphed its moves, and once you got used to what the different seeds fell and turned into plants, then it became not too hard. She really telegraphed what level she was going to attack on. Or I don't know if it's a he or she, but
Cagney, probably
Or a they.
or
yeah, it's a flower.
I shouldn't assume a flower's gender.
Flowers have both.
True.
So you're right either way.
Yeah. Oh, I have the wiki pulled up, and under gender it lists as male. So I guess it's a male plant. I don't know how it determined that, but yeah, I mean, there was a couple times it was doing the little dance with its hands at like basically the whole time. There's a couple times I'd walk too close to it using the spread shot and accidentally just get like hit with the hand, and I felt really dumb. But then, in the second phase, it comes out with the platforms where it telegraphs which ones it's gonna grow vines on, and those are pretty easy to dodge. And again, I lost a lot of lives here because I was going for those parries and trying to get the extra ults. So, what do you guys think?
I found this boss to be so hard. This boss for me, and I know it's because I was just like stubborn and wouldn't do things that would make the boss easier. I didn't use a gun other than the standard gun until like Beppy the Clown. Like, wow. I never used a different gun. If I use the triple shot in Cagney, I know it would be super easy, right? Like, because you're doing triple the damage. But I was using the regular gun, and the plant at the top, and I never used my ults either until like area 2. So I was just making it so much harder on myself than I needed to, and this boss was actually like somewhat difficult when you did that. And so I probably spent like 100 lives or 100 deaths here. Like, so I was getting real frustrated, and the orange with the wings that moves at the top of the screen, I'd always accidentally hit that. But no, this boss was the first boss to frustrate me.
Yeah, that was one. The one that flies at the top was one I had to make sure to kill. Otherwise, I knew I was going to jump into it. But I will say this one might have been easier for me again because this was my second time playing it. Mm-hmm. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. The last time I played it was 5 years ago, but I kind of knew what to expect going in.
I think this is one that you kind of like a type that you talked about earlier, where the first phase is more difficult and the later phases aren't as difficult, because in the first phase it has a few things that it does you have to deal with, like you guys have talked about, and then that second phase, like Jay said, it really telegraphs which platform it's gonna hit with its vines, and it telegraphs the punch, so you really just have to jump to whatever level it's not gonna punch and just keep shooting it the whole time. I didn't find it that difficult.
Well, I thought that Ribby and Krogs was way harder for me than Cagney.
I wasn't parrying yet at this point in the game either, so I wasn't wasting time getting good at that. Go ahead.
I feel like parrying would have helped a lot on this level. I'm not exactly sure what was pink and you can parry, but
the seeds that it rained down.
So one of the seeds when it rained down was pink.
So it wouldn't grow into a plant.
Correct.
Right. And then there was he shot some pink stuff out of its mouth every now and then. First phase. So those two things you could build up meter pretty quick.
and just make it so there's less threats on the board on the screen.
Yeah.
But again, double-edged sword could miss your parry and get hit.
This is the
Or
meme boss,
bounce
right?
up into something. It's the what?
This is the meme boss, right?
Mean?
The meme.
I
People-
don't know.
You remember how it looks at the beginning? Like all cute and docile.
Oh, yeah.
And then
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about those memes.
So I'm glad I finally got to experience that.
Yeah, for me, this was the hardest boss on Inkwell Isle 1. And also my least enjoyable boss. Just because I know it was because I wasn't taking advantage of everything the game had to offer. But I hate this boss. F tier.
That's not justified.
It's not justifiable at all, but I hate it.
I've got Cagney Carnation in C tier. Probably a D tier boss, but for the meme, I gotta put it in C tier.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'd say it's D. So
Me in the middle.
D tier.
split
Alright.
the difference, make it D.
Okay.
I agree, D tier. Because it pissed me off. So that was the final boss in Inkwell Isle 1. Once you got through here, you're able to go through the dice, through King Dice's house or bridge or whatever it was, into Inkwell Isle 2. And on Inkwell Isle 2, there were 4... Do I have all the bosses on this list? Was there only 4 on Inkwell Isle 2? I'm
Yep.
missing something. No? I'm not?
No, pretty sure that was it.
All right.
Oh, the Grim.
You're missing Grim.
Yeah,
Oh.
Grim.
Yeah.
The worst one.
It's because it's just it's gone. I don't. We don't talk about Grim.
Can we just skip that one? Put it at F.
Yeah, I deleted that one out of the memory bank. All right, we can start with Baroness.
I want to read a quote from Jay that he texted our group about
Yeah,
this
I was
boss.
gonna say, like, I'll let Jay talk about this one because I know he loved it.
Let me read this quote from Jay. Fucking hour and a half fighting unfair shit-ass design candy. Go ahead, Jay.
Alright. Well, what pissed me off the most about the fucking candy, and it would have been good to have the smoke bomb, because I realized that would have saved me a lot of tries. But I didn't know about that until I was complaining about it in the group, and Paul told me that you can have a invincible dash. But
Yeah,
I just thought the design for this boss in particular was bullshit. It's RNG on what candy comes out, right? So the first 3 phases are different candy comes out of a castle, and they do different things, and some of them are super easy and some of them are just fucking stupid. And then each time you beat one, it adds a little wrinkle to it. So I think the first time a little tiny, like 1 pixel tall nerd runs across this
It's a
This
jelly
tree.
bean.
jelly bean.
Jelly
Okay.
bean, yeah.
So I thought it was a nerd because it was so fucking small. And so like I just wouldn't see it half the time, or it'd be underneath the animation for the boss, and it would just come out of nowhere and hit me.
Or
Or-
if the boss is forcing you to be all
Yeah.
to the way to the right side of the screen, it just comes out of the castle and you're instantly hit.
Yeah, and there's no outplay, nothing you can do, especially when you don't have the dash.
Yeah,
You can
You're
parry
just
it.
fucked.
you can
can
parry
parry?
the jelly bean.
It's
Only
really
the pink
hard.
one.
How many of them
Only
are
the
pink?
pink one. There's
Oh.
green, blue, and pink, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
random.
Yeah, you're right.
So you
So-
guys know about parrying. I have no clue.
So
It's
There
hard
was,
to parry these.
there was the gumball machine, which was pretty easy. It's similar to the onion, where it just rains down stuff. You dodge that stuff. You can kill it really quick if you have the spread shot. And then the I don't know, what is it, a waffle or a chocolate piece?
Chocolate bar, chocolate waffle, actually.
It's a waffle.
Chocolate
I thought
waffle.
the waffle was very difficult.
Yep.
If it got too close to you, it was like basically undodgeable.
Right.
Yeah.
Another thing, it could funnel you into the right side of the map, and that one was tough. There was the muffin or the cupcake, forget which.
Yeah.
And that one jumped down, and I died so many times to the muffin.
To the
'cause
splash.
I didn't know that how to hit it. I thought you could only hit it while it was jumping. I didn't know you could crouch down to the ground and just constantly be hitting it. So that took me like 50 deaths. Time I got the muffin, I just like retry because it fucked me.
The
And then-
splash from the muffin fucked me up. I thought I was safe, and then I'd get hit by the very end of its little splash.
Same, because it's wide. It takes up some space.
Once I figured out that you could just be like a safe distance away and machine gun it down, it ended up being one of my favorites to get because I could burst it down really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So there was also the candy corn, which I thought was also bullshit because it took up most of the screen. It had a set path, but would sometimes shift and go across the screen in the middle. But what annoyed me the most is I could perfectly time a jump over it, and it would poop out a smaller candy corn. And the candy corn wouldn't even be out from underneath its skin. And I'd just lose a life. And I thought that was just bad design.
The candy corn was, that was one where the smoke bomb invincible dash was key.
Yeah, that would have helped me a ton. And then there was the Jawbreaker, which I thought was one of the easier ones because you could just kind of figure eight it and it would just keep following you. Of course, with the nerd, after you beat the first phase, and then after the second phase, she started shooting a gun at you.
Mm-hmm.
That added a wrinkle to it, but essentially, if you got Gumball phase 1 or Muffin phase 1, at least for me, it was a good run. Any of the other two would be tough. So then, the final phase, she and her castle start crawling after you.
Her cake castle.
She shoots her head at you, and it'll follow you wherever you go. The final phase wasn't that hard. It just took me a long time to get used to when her head would move.
Mm-hmm.
That was the toughest part.
And then you also have to dodge your gun as you're being chased by her head, too.
Yeah, and there was like a mint or something rolling across the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could, once I figured out I could parry it off the peppermint, it got a lot easier.
Oh,
what
I didn't
the
know
heck
you could
is
do
with
that.
this?
You can just parry it, and it just makes it easy to dodge the head. But I also had a hard time getting away from the head.
Well, what pissed me off the most about this boss is I'd have, 30 tries that would end based on RNG of what phase I would get before I even got to the end. So that's when I started sending hate texts to the group. And this was probably my second. The most bullshit boss is the dragon, but this is the second most bullshit.
See, that's the thing. I think the dragon is the hardest boss, but I don't think there's much bullshit about it.
We can talk about that when we get to the dragon.
Let's put a pin in that.
But I think Baroness Bon, for me, I think she has the most undodgeable things, personally. Like, the French toast, when it gets too close to you, like, you can't dodge it. You can, I guess, like, people who are really good at Cuphead probably can, right? They can jump and then dash at the perfect level so that they don't get hit by the exploding French
toast.
Miss it
going out and dash through it coming back.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, for an average player, that's undodgeable. You're getting hit by that. If it decides to come toward you and then do its attack, you're getting hit. I didn't really think the nerds or the jelly beans were that bad because they weren't random. Like there was definitely a set time for them to come out. So unless it caught me by surprise, I typically was able to dodge those.
Well, let me just say this about the jelly beans. You got the gumball machine that was a wall that you couldn't shoot through.
Yeah, and you also have to dodge stuff raining, so jumping can mess you up there.
So you can't really jump, and you can't shoot the jelly bean before it gets to you. And it's just like stuff like that. If you didn't get hit there, you got lucky.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I thought the gumball machine on phase 2 or 3, especially phase 3, was basically a free loss of one of your lives. I don't think it was basically impossible to beat phase 3 gumball machine without losing a life, I thought.
I don't know. Anytime I got the gumball machine, I was happy because I thought that was the easiest one.
I thought
it just
so
died
on phase
so
1,
fast
phase
with the
3,
spread.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't use anything but the regular gun for this fight.
It only got off one round of gumballs with the spread before it died.
That's nuts. Because it died fast with the default gun.
Pea shooter.
So I can't imagine how fast it dies. The pea shooter, yeah. So I can't imagine how fast it dies with the triple shot.
I didn't even shoot special attacks at it. If I had done that, I don't even know if it would have finished its first barrage.
Yeah. But the one that I thought was super hard was the Jawbreaker. I always lost lives on the Jawbreaker. I could not get away from that thing. But apparently all you have to do is figure 8 it.
Yeah, figure 8 it and having smoke bomb makes it really easy. The chocolate waffle was the only one that I thought was really hard on this one, and it is just because it would come close to you and explode. And
it's funny that we all have a different hardest one. My opinion of the candy corn. I hate it.
Mine's the the Jawbreaker. And then Paul's is the waffle. So that actually is pretty funny. But for me, Bonbon, I will say thematically, it's got to be raised up for just how cohesive the theme of the boss is. All the phases and how well thought out it is. I love the concept of Bonbon, but some of the phases piss me off.
So what would you rate it, John?
C.
Oh,
I have this one down as a B tier.
And I would give it an E.
So we should put it
justifiable.
We should put it in, meet it in the middle.
We can put it at D. Okay with that. You guys all good with D?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, John had it at B.
I had it at B. John had it at, would you say C, John?
Yeah.
Let's put it at C. Because I just have unfair hatred probably for the RNG.
Yeah, the RNG knocks it down, I think, for sure. It's cheap when it's based on a random event.
It just feels like no matter how good I am, if I get the wrong RNG, I have to redo the run. And that's not what feels good.
True.
Skill-based game.
Yep. All right. Going on to the next boss fight is Jimmy the Great, who is the genie boss and the second airplane fight. So on this boss, you're fighting the genie with the airplane. Trying to think back on this one.
I can say a little bit about this one. This one's kind of stuck in my head. Phase 1, also RNG, kind of pissed me off. There was some of those that were really hard. Like the cats following you were pretty easy. The knives were pretty easy, but there
All the random shit.
random garbage thrown at you. Guess they were all pretty easy, but the RNG just made it. Guess it added some difficulty, but
That was
the
a
knives
common.
would be like a real easy skip.
That was a common phase for a lot of the plane bosses. They had like a few different things that they could attack you with in their first phase that were random.
True. Right.
And then the second phase was the pillars with the random like fans that would bounce around and hit you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Once I switched to the alternate fire,
Yeah,
For this
because you get
phase-
one shot at the pillars.
it one-shots the pillars, so it became a lot easier for me to get through this phase. It just would, again, it felt RNG. It probably wasn't, but sometimes it just, with the way the fan was bouncing around and the way the screen was moving, was really hard to not get hit.
Yep.
And then phase 3, it's in a sarcophagus. This phase, I cheesed it. It was really easy. If you fly at the very top, middle of the screen, and use your alternate fire, which like drops a bomb,
Mm-hmm.
you could just free damage on it the entire time and not get hit by anything. So
Nothing
it
went
just-
there.
No, nothing went on the top. It would slide up and down the sarcophagus, but never slid all the way to the top.
It's funny
That's
that you
funny.
use the word sarcophagus. My note is after that he turns into a mummy casket because I couldn't think of the word.
And then phase 4 was the puppet. I think I used my ult on this phase every time, and it went really quick, so I don't really know what this phase does.
Just shoots finger guns at you like you do. I thought it was pretty cool
Yeah.
design wise. Not very challenging though.
Right, and then the final phase, I don't really remember.
He's just a
It
giant
is.
head.
He's on the right side of the screen. He's a giant head, and there's floating pyramids that emit like rays that go to the edges of the screen, so they keep you. And the pyramids like move in a circle, so they keep you having to move and dodge these rays that are getting shot out.
Yeah, it's like the first bullet hell type mission here for the plane battles.
Yeah, I think for me, the reason I didn't remember him very well is just because I think I fluked into beating him on like my third try. I straight up got to the sarcophagus. It was very difficult. But the first time I beat the sarcophagus, I beat him. So like, I just didn't like every other boss. I'm like sitting here for at least half an hour playing him 50 times. Whereas this one, I just like, I fluked it and beat him like super early.
It's a good feeling, though. Just like
Yeah.
cross it off.
Some people say he's the hardest boss in the game.
No way.
He has a longer boss fight, and I like that he had a variety of phases and they all felt distinct.
If we get big and people hear about the top middle cheese that Jay found, then it will no longer be the hardest boss fight.
So the thing is, there's one attack that he like shoots out. I think it's like 2 ghosts or something, and they like kind of loop back and forth, and they spread out as they go further down the map or down the screen. But you just have to position yourself ahead of where they spread out all the way, and so nothing comes up to like that portion of the screen. You just sit there with your bomb and not move, hold down the fire button, and easy.
Make a YouTube video to show it. It'll get. I mean, there's nobody playing this game these days except our listeners, who number in the thousands, I guess. So make that YouTube video after all.
Jimmy the Genie. Phase 3. Triple collateral. Anyway, so I don't think we have a whole lot more to say on this one.
What's your rating, Jay?
Want to rate it?
I want to
I
hear
give
your
it
Go
rating.
for it.
I give this one a C. It wasn't too tough. It was okay. The animations were cool. It was a long fight, but I didn't think it stood out from the batch.
I had this one in A tier just because it was memorable, not because it was necessarily hard, but it had distinct phases, and it was a fun fight. It was a fun playing battle.
Yeah, I say split it down the middle with you guys. Like I said, I fluked this one. I barely played it.
All right, so we're going B tier.
Yeah.
Here, it's official, the most official tier ranking of Cuphead bosses on the internet. Locked in.
All right, what's next, John?
Nice. Nice is Beppy the Clown, which for me is one of my favorite boss fights. I think it had very difficult sections. It had sections that were borderline impossible to not take damage in.
Yep.
But once I beat it, I was so excited about it that I really enjoyed this fight. So Beppy the Clown, he's a clown. The first section is the bumper car. There are balloons holding ducks, like duck targets above where the bumper car is, and he's in a bumper car and tries to run you down, so you have to jump and dash over his bumper car.
If you haven't guessed, it's a carnival theme.
Right. So first phase, really not hard, especially like once you figure out you have to hit the ducks before you jump over them, or else you jump into the ducks.
Yeah, but
really not
quick.
difficult.
Really quick, John. If you have Smoke Bomb, you don't even have to hit the ducks because you can just dash through him.
That makes a lot of sense. I had to have 4 health this one though. Like I was not beating this one without 4 health.
That's fair.
Yeah, I didn't know about the smoke bomb at this point. This was the first boss I did in Isle 2. So this one I thought was fair. You know, I don't have any big beef with this one. It was a tough but fair boss.
Mm-hmm. Phase 2, he turns into a balloon, so it's his face on a big helium balloon in the middle of the screen, and he starts sending dog-shaped like balloon animals at you, like a lot of them. So you're dodging and you're hitting him. At the same time, I think during this phase the train starts up too. So there's a train that you can't get hit by, and you have to jump on the train, and then there's sections of the train that are occupied by enemies, so you have to jump over them too. Just a lot going on. So I really liked how much was going on. I liked that you had a little bit more space with how much was going on during this fight. I just liked how this fight felt throughout. Once you take care of him as the balloon, he appears on the edges of your screen, top left and top right corners, basically riding a horse out of like a merry-go-round. The horse has 2 attacks, one that shoots like horseshoes that do like a up and down pattern, and one, what's the second? Oh, and one where the horseshoes, the horseshoes they line up at the top of the screen with one gap, and then they fall straight down, so you have to get into the gap.
Well,
I want to dive into this phase a little bit, but go ahead, Jay.
You probably can parry a horseshoe or something.
You can, well, we didn't mention it. In phase 1, some of the ducks were pink, you could parry those, and then also the ducks would drop light bulbs that
right.
hurt you. And then in phase 2, some of the dog air balloons were pink as well that you could parry.
Which would have been so helpful because they're taking up, like, there's so many of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
The real hard part of this fight is the roller coaster that you have to platform over every so often.
Right. And that's what I wanted to talk about with this merry-go-round phase, is on the ones where, on both of them, in the background it telegraphs when the roller coaster is going to come through, because you can see it coming through the background, and then it shows up on the right side of the screen. So what you could do for both of the attack patterns on this one is you could stand right underneath the guy on the merry-go-round and just shoot your triple shot straight up. And as long as you're keeping an eye on where the roller coaster is, you can get through this one really quick.
Dang, that's
I knew
good.
that. I was standing underneath him, but I didn't know that it was telegraphed when the roller coaster was going to come. So I'd be standing underneath him, and then it would come, and I'd be like, shit, I got to get out of here. And I'd be too late, so I'd have to jump up and take damage or get hit by the roller coaster and take damage.
Yeah, I never even stood underneath them because I never noticed in the background that it showed the roller coaster.
Yeah,
So-
you see it like come in, and then it goes off screen to the right, and then a couple seconds later it shows up. So when I saw it get there, I just backed off, platformed over that for a bit.
Gotcha. And then the final phase. Honestly, I'm having trouble remembering completely remembering. He turns into the merry-go-round,
Yep.
and you have to and
Yeah.
shoot him on top of, above, like what's below you? They're like dancing bears or something.
Penguins, I think.
Penguins? They were penguins? How did I not notice that?
I think they're penguins, and they throw those balls at you.
Yeah.
On the wiki, it's called ball penguins.
So there were ball penguins, and they're throwing balls at you, and you, at least for me, always have one life at this point. So it was just, I'm focusing just on the balls and dodging them and platforming between the things. And I liked how hectic, and I think my favorite fights in this game were ones where you had to platform on top of fight the boss. I think that's why I like this boss so much. Is there's those sections where you really have to control where your character is, not just dodging, but dodging and making sure you don't get hit by the environment.
One thing I
Yeah.
thought they did well was they kind of introduced things in each fight that are going to be a feature of the hardest fight on the island.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's true. Quick note on the wiki, it has a list of parry objects, and it says on here, roller coaster nose. I guess you could parry the nose of the roller coaster.
Oh, are you-
What would it do?
are you invulnerable after a parry?
No, but I don't know if it would stop the roller coaster or not. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe
that'd
it
be
just
OP.
makes so you don't take damage.
I never thought to do that.
I'll have to go back and
Rudolph
try.
knows. But just a note that I saw.
Yeah, it's interesting though.
Anybody who's gonna go play Cuphead, try to parry the roller coaster nose and let us know how that goes.
Major tip for anyone who's going to go play Cuphead: parry stuff and use guns other than the pea shooter before you get to Grim. Like use good guns earlier, because I think it probably makes a difference.
Anything else on Beppy?
I think we should rank it.
I've got Beppy in A tier.
100% agree. I think Beppy was one of the funnest fights, so I go A tier.
I say S tier, but I'm over. Just kidding. A tier sounds good.
Oh, I forgot we were going up to S. Nah. I think there's better fights, more rewarding fights. You know what I'm talking about.
He was a step on the ladder for sure.
Yep.
A step in the right
So-
direction.
Yep, definitely. Next fight is Wally Warbles. You want to take this one, Paul?
Yeah, so I have in my notes hard, the first true bullet hell boss. So this one's another plane fight. In his first phase, he shoots rockets at you in a cone. It's another first phase where he's got multiple things that he'll do based on RNG. So the first one is he'll shoot rockets at you in a cone pattern, or he'll shoot an egg that explodes when it gets to all the way to the left of your screen. But then it shoots the shells back at you in a cone pattern, so you gotta dodge it on the backside too. And then while all that's going on, there's these small birds that fly along the top or bottom of the screen. And usually there's a pink one at the end that you can parry. So dodging the exploding eggs was tough for me at first, but not too bad. And when he gets to his second phase, he starts to freak out and he just shoots a million feathers at you that you got to dodge through while trying to damage him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think of the feather phase?
I loved it. I loved having to duck and weave and dodge between all of the feathers and keep pumping out damage while I'm doing it. I thought it was one of the funnest phases of the entire game.
This is one that I may have cheesed as well, where I found out in the feather phase, you could just park yourself in the very back of the screen and slightly move up and down and never get hit. And the whole time do damage to him because you'll be like right in front of his face. So the feather, once I figured that out, was the easiest part of the boss battle for me.
Okay. And then in the third phase, Wally's son comes out. He's the brains behind the operation. So this was the hardest phase for me. He's got these eggshells that rotate around him in a circle, but they move out and then they move back in. And he's shooting a blaster at you every 8 or so seconds, I think.
And he's chasing you.
Yeah, and he's moving back and forth across the screen. So you've got to get in between his eggshells, and you've got to get back out before they close in.
Yeah, I think definitely the baby bird section was very difficult. I think I figured out though that once he would actually chase you a bit. So if you stayed at the bottom of the screen and you wait for him to get kind of close, you could sprint to the top of the screen and you'd have space there to not get hit.
Gotcha.
So he'd chase you vertically.
Yeah, I thought that the pink bullets they shot was really easy to parry. So I liked getting to this phase because I could stock up on cards.
Yeah, I didn't think sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, in general, this whole battle I thought had some of the easiest parries in the game. Like the really slow-moving pink birds.
Yeah.
The slow-moving electric bullet he would shoot. The pills and the garbage in the last phase.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to use a lot of specials to just burst them down.
Yeah. I sucked at trying to shoot the gap through his eggshell.
Yeah, that was the thing. Because those eggs are floating around him, and you half the time you can't do damage, so you're not progressing on the fight bar because you're hitting the eggs and not hitting him. You know, it's geez, the shield's so annoying. But
I was there with Jay. Right? When he would shoot his pink blaster dart, I'd be like, "Yes, let me go parry this so I can use a special on him."
Yeah, it was. Once you got used to the flow of moving closer to him and then backing off to get around his eggs, I thought this was a pretty easy phase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. And then in the final phase, Wally's back and he's being carried on a stretcher by these two birds. And they're chucking projectiles up that pop at the top and track you, and then Wally's coughing up more projectiles at you. What do you guys think of this last final phase?
So, I think it was harder for me than it needed to be. I think the whole fight was harder for me than it needed to be. As we've discussed, I completely neglected the parrying mechanic for the entire game, so I think if I would have included that in my repertoire, I, would have had a little easier time on some of these bosses. But for me, I was having so much trouble dodging the pills and stuff, and it was frustrating me. but once I actually locked in and just used my alternative shot, the bomb that just drops straight onto him, I didn't think it was too difficult, but for some reason I had trouble.
Yeah. For the final phase, so I did the candy boss, and then the gravity well, and then got stuck on the dragon. So I stopped doing the dragon and went to do this boss. And I could get through all the phases, but I could never beat the final phase because I forgot that the alt fire exists. So like the only time I could do damage to him is when he was on the other side of the screen and I go down below his level. So it made it really hard. And at this, I was at peak frustration with the game, and I was sending all those angry texts, and I bumped it down to simple because I was like, I give up.
Whoa! You said you played one on simple mode. I assumed that was Grim. That was this?
That was the bird.
What?
Yeah. Okay, so first off, if you're a game developer and you name a difficulty simple, you're a dick. You know, like, you're purposely trying to make people feel bad for not being able to beat your game. Simple and regular, like, come on, like, it should be regular and normal or something. I don't know, but anyway, so I already took the huge blow to my ego. I handed in my gamer card and I was like playing it on simple with tears running out down my face. And, you know, simple wasn't that much simple. All the projectiles were slower. Like the egg that exploded, for instance, only did 2 projectiles instead of 3. So like it just made things slower and there was like less to worry about. And it also cut out the last phase. So you got to the baby phase and then you won. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to play through the rest on simple so I can finish it in time and not lose my mental health. And so I beat it on simple. It still took me like 10 tries. And the boss, there's a message that appears from King Dice. And it says, just so you know, after you beat it, not before you beat it, it tells you this. Just so you know, beating bosses on simple doesn't give you their soul contract. Now scram. I read that. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So I can't even progress no matter what. Like, so that was like my peak hatred for the game. Come on.
That's so funny.
But you know, persevered, got through it. Yeah, the main takeaway for the final phase for me was switching to the lob bomb made it way easier.
Yeah.
What would you rate Wally? Okay.
I'd say it's a B tier.
What do you think, John?
I really enjoyed Wally. I thought Wally was a fun boss. For me, I'd go A tier.
I got him an A tier as well.
All right. A tier it is for Wally.
It's definitive.
Locked in.
It's fair.
It's fair.
I enjoyed this one.
Fair. All right. And now the game actually begins. Grim Matchstick.
We could start this one with another quote.
Okay, let's do it.
Should I read your quote or should I read Q's quote?
Why not both?
Yeah, read them both. I forget what my quote is.
I feel like, oh no, hold on, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I swear, maybe you only texted me about it.
All right. Well, while he's finding the quote, I guess we can talk about the phases.
Yeah.
Phase one. Well, the whole boss fight, you have to platform on these clouds that are side scrolling and don't have a set pattern. And in phase one, he shoots like these circles at you, with the third or fourth one being a pink one you could parry. Those are pretty easy parries to build up on cards. Also, he shot fireballs that would bounce vertically while coming at you. And sometimes he shot two at once, so it bounced both directions. And the other thing you had to worry about is occasionally his tail would show at the bottom of the screen. You'd have to know that you need to move from that position on the screen because the tail was going to shoot up, and if you touch the tail at all, you would lose a hit point.
Funny story. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Let me just, for phase one. Funny story about phase one. The first time, like this fight is the ultimate platforming while fighting a boss. Like what you said, you're platforming on these little clouds, and they don't have a set pattern, and you're dodging stuff, and you're trying to dash, but you have to make sure there's a cloud that you're going to land on every time you do a jump. The first time I died to this boss, I literally just sat here and laughed out loud. I was like, how am I ever going to beat this? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Like, literally just sat back and went, what? Like, basically completely defeated after one attempt. Just looking at it like, I'm never beating this. Why would I even try? Like, almost turned the game off. But as they all do, you start figuring stuff out, figuring out ways to make the phases a little easier, and you eventually get it. But yeah, I literally just laughed out loud on my first death.
All right, I found the quote. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
So Jay texted me and said, my perspective this time around will be the guy who didn't finish the game. Spent over 2 hours of my extremely limited free time smashing my face against a stupid fucking dragon until I chucked my controller across the room and rage quit. Rage turned off the Xbox. I think I'm going to have to save Cuphead for the weekend. Constantly having a game constantly screaming at me is too stressful to come home and smash my head against a cartoon dragon for 3 hours without losing my shit.
Oh, it's too real.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, work for me is incredibly stressful. So, like, video games are part of, like, my unwinding, relaxing time. And then I go from a long day, like, and then just fucking smash my face against this fucking dragon for 3 hours, make zero progress, be laughing maniacally, screaming. My fiance's screaming, and like you can hear my screams in the background. Her friends are asking, like, "What is going on there?" And she's like, "Oh, he's playing Cuphead." Like, yeah, I'm not proud of it. I died like after 3 hours, and I like laughed maniacally, stood up, full force, fucking launched the controller into the other couch, and turned off the Xbox and like went to bed. That was like, and texted Paul, and that was the basis of that quote.
Sounds like a fun day.
My reply to that was to reply to your text about Tales of Vesperia and say, I saw it's on sale on the eShop.
Yeah. I hit rock bottom.
Anyways, back to Grimm. So
I think.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think we're on phase 2. Do you want to keep going, Jay?
Yeah, so phase 2 phase 1 I could really get through without losing a health point after a while. Phase 2 is what I really thought was bullshit. What happens is he comes in from the other side of the screen, so now you have to platform the other direction. Also, he's only on the bottom half of the screen, so only half of the platforms you jump on you can actually hit him from. Meanwhile, he sticks out his tongue, and there's all these little dancing fireballs where they'll seemingly at random, one of them will make a little noise and jump at you. And the first one in this march of dancing fireballs has a hat which you can get hit by. And what really pissed me off is, the fireballs telegraph their direction, but they would never telegraph their height.
Never.
So I would jump, and it would jump like way higher than where I was and hit me anyway. Sometimes I would just like stand there and they'd completely miss. So for me, it was just draw, random roll of the dice if I made it through phase 2, dying 3 times or dying once,
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to die at least, So that to me was the epitome of bullshit and so many restarts. And the worst part is the first phase isn't short. Like, you have to do that for a solid, I don't know, couple minutes before you even get to the bullshit part. And so just having to redo it over and over and over and over again, and this one in particular was the worst offender, I thought, with the short amount of time between the music loop. So like just the music going over and over again was like playing in my mind as it was driving me to madness. The fucking announcer at the beginning saying, "Here goes," like I would mock the announcer on the TV. Like, here I am, a grown ass man, fucking trying to make this announcer feel bad about himself. But anyway, phase 2 was incredible BS. And then the hardest part about phase 3 is that I didn't get to phase 3 very often. So when I got there, it was an event, and it took 100 tries to get there, and then just to learn what was on phase 3.
And phase 3 was just as hard as phase 2 too.
Yeah,
Harder, I think.
I think it was ridiculously hard because same thing, right? Like, I played through phase 1 hundreds of times to the point where I had a phase 1 had two different ways the phase could start, either with fireball or with lasers. The clouds were exactly the same if it started with lasers or like great laser rings. The clouds would be exactly the same. So I literally had a route that I would turn my brain off and just mind-numbingly do every single time to not take damage if like lasers was how it started. Because you do something 100 times in 2 days, and it's like, just turn the brain off, run that way. All right, phase 2, let's go. But phase 2, the little fire candies or fireballs. I see what you're saying, because it was random when they would jump. I did like that they had a little noise, and I like that about the game, that like every attack has its own unique noise. So you have that warning system on top of visual. But they would telegraph, and it was short, right? And they telegraphed which direction they're gonna jump. So rather than worrying about height, I would just move left or right past where they're jumping from, and they would just I've already dodged it before they jumped. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got 3 words for you guys about phase 2.
What are they?
The lobber, baby.
Really?
So I was having a hard time with this phase 2, and then I got some coins and I bought the lobber. And I use this exclusively on this fight. And it's great for him because you stand up on the top layer of those clouds and you just rain down these balls of death on him.
Oh.
So
wow, that makes so much sense. Because even when you said the lobber, I'm like, what's the point? Can you hit his tongue that they're walking on? But no, you can actually get yourself some height so you can dodge the candies and have time to dodge them.
Yep. And then anytime they jumped, I was using the smoke bomb. So they jump, I dash.
Wow, that's smart.
So I this was probably the easiest phase for me.
Oh.
Just because of the lobber and the smoke bomb.
That's smart. You actually used your brain a little bit.
So that's one thing I liked about the tools in general. Well, probably only the weapons. They were tailored to certain bosses, I thought. And I'll talk about that more on some of the harder bosses as we get to them.
Yeah, I mean, I have in my notes, like, the dragon, it feels like a puzzle boss. It's very difficult mechanically, but, like, you figure out the phases and you figure out how to get to phase 3 over and over without taking any damage. Like, you create strategies for each phase, you know? And I wish my strategy was as good as your strategy, because I feel like I didn't even solve phase 2. I just kind of, dodged and got away from them, whereas you actually, like, figured out how to beat it consistently and easily, because it's still very hard to dodge it every single time, even when you're dodging, trying to dodge before they jump.
Yeah.
But, like, because I knew I needed 4 lives to beat phase 3, it's like, it felt like a puzzle of, like, how do I get good enough to always beat phase 1 and 2 without taking any damage,
Yeah.
And then I can obviously tell I was very pissed at myself a lot of times, because my notes are like, what the hell are you doing? Just how the fuck do I win this? This is effing stupid. Yeah, my notes are just nothing helpful. It's just a bunch of me, like, going crazy in writing.
Was this the first boss fight where you had to platform backward to damage him? It was, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Unless you count the clown.
If you stood on the right side of the screen.
Oh, yeah, true.
Platform over the...
That was a unique twist to this one. It was hard to work the other way because I always wanted to be facing right.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about phase 3 yet, which I feel is the hardest phase in this and one of the hardest in the game.
I think
the dragon. Yeah,
I think his phase 3 is the toughest phase in the entire game.
This 3-headed dragon in phase 3 takes up half the screen. It, like, kind of, each head before they shoot a fireball at you kind of reaches forward even further. So it's like there's just no space. And then it forces they shoot this they shoot that big fire attack where you have to be on the top clouds or else you're dead, because you can go to the bottom clouds, but you can't jump, so you can't get far enough back to not hit the dragon anyway. So you have to be on the top clouds for them. It's like it's the epitome of there's no space for you to be on the entire screen.
And they're constantly shooting those balls that if you hit them with your weapon, they explode and they shoot small projectiles in a cross pattern.
Yeah. And it's just...
There's no space to work with.
Like, for every single boss in the entire game, I held down the trigger. I held down X button to constantly shoot. And it was very difficult for me to break that habit, and not be shooting when I was looking at a ball, because every time I broke a ball, I would get hit. It happened so much. And it happened when I would be facing right and dodging. I'd be facing the right side of the screen, dragon's on the left, and I would be dodging a ball, and the ball would go off the screen to the right, and then apparently I'd break the ball off the screen to the right and the little projectile would come back. That pissed me off. I felt like that was a little unfair. Like once it got off the screen, breaking it and getting hit. But because of that, I had to train myself to not hold down the trigger, the fire button.
That was another nice thing about the lobber is the fire rate is lower, so it's a little easier to keep holding it down and still shoot around those projectiles.
And you were probably just on the top of the screen, the top clouds the whole time, so you didn't even have to worry about dodging the fire.
Yep.
Dang, that's smart.
And the damage is pretty good from the extra special attacks on the lobber as well. They're just basically a big ball that you throw at him. So he had a decent amount of health. It took a little bit, but I think it helped having the lobber, which does more damage.
Mm-hmm. No, that's cool. Like, this is a game I could see myself going back and replaying in a couple of years, especially like using all the strategies that we're talking about right now. I don't know about on expert mode. Maybe.
I don't know about playing Grim on expert.
Yeah. I think going back and playing on co-op would be fun though. Now that we know all the bosses and strategies to beat them all. Like, just seeing if we could run through it in a weekend.
Yeah, that'd be fun. It'd be fun to play with somebody like Jay was this past weekend, where somebody who's never played and you just trade off and they think you're really good.
Yeah, right. But to finish up with the Grim Matchstick, Paul, what do you think?
Grim's I debate between S tier and A tier, but I went with A tier.
For me, I have Grim in my S tier. It's unbelievably difficult, but it is the most memorable fight of the entire game. It, for the most part, didn't feel unfair to me. It's a dragon, that's cool. And it is the most rewarding. Like, once you beat it, it's the most excitement I had in the whole game. So for me, because of that feeling, I put it in my S.
All right, it's an S. I would rank it significantly lower, but because how much love you guys have for it, I think it deserves an S.
It deserves an S tier because at the beginning of the fight, how he just like flies on your screen and he's just like waving his hands around. I love that.
You're right. Everything I said, I take it back. It's because he was waving his hands around. Let's make the flower an S tier too.
It's a flower face.
All right.
Yeah. So that completes Area 2, Inkwell Isle 2. Completion of Grim allows you to move into Inkwell Isle 3, where you are met with just a gauntlet of difficult bosses. Grim might be the most difficult or second most difficult in the game, but all the bosses on Inkwell Isle 3 are bosses that are going to take some time, and actually
a couple of them I didn't think
of them aren't that bad. Yeah, but there's a lot of much more difficult and time-consuming bosses for sure on 3. Starting with Rumor Honeybottoms, the bee boss. So this one again is a platforming level, vertical platforming this time.
This is the first boss fight where there's vertical platforming, right?
Right. This is the one in this fight. There's 3 stages with vertical platforming, and again, RNG based platforms. So where they're going to be and where you can actually move changes with every attempt. So stage 1 is the security guard. In this stage, there is a bee in like police officer uniform. He throws out a bomb that takes a few seconds and then shoots. The being bees, probably stingers.
Yep.
But stingers in all directions. Meanwhile, there's also like lowly worker bees just flying around back and forth just to add something else.
Those suck because like you'll be on the edge of the screen and one will
they just come in
and you have no opportunity to react.
I 100% agree. I literally thought that the worker bees were some of the most unfair things because there's no warning.
Yeah.
I'm not super pissed off about it, but like you'd be on the edge of the screen and then one would come in and just take a health from you without anything that could save you from it.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it either. Just had to start avoiding the edges of the screen in this fight.
Yep. So once you beat the security guard, phase 2 is the queen bee. Rumor Honeybottoms herself comes out, and she has 3 different attacks. One attack, she'll be and before she comes and does these attacks, there's a big arrow at the top of the screen that tells you where she's coming. If the arrow's in the center, you know it's going to be her like wrecking ball attack. In this attack, she comes down into the middle screen. She's on like a chain. Her head's on a chain at the very bottom of the screen, and she starts spitting out bullets that weave their way up the map toward you. So you have to dodge those 3 of those bullets, and then she leaves. The other 2 both can happen on either side of the screen. There is an attack where she summons these black triangles that every couple seconds will shoot projectiles out of each tip. She'll summon 2 of those, and then
they spawn.
Attack.
Those triangles spawn on top of you too, so you have to move, and you have to avoid where the tips or the points are because they're going to shoot a projectile as soon as they spawn in. It's tough.
Right, like that one I think was the hardest attack of the 3, the most difficult.
Yeah,
I think the bullet got me sometimes just because I'd run out of platforms where I could dodge it.
Yeah. Then what was the third one, John?
Third one was she would summon these orbs that would chase you around until they stopped. For me, her attacks just thematically made no sense to me. Like, why is a bee doing this stuff?
I did not think about that when I was fighting her, but she was very frustrating to fight. She's very tough.
Yeah.
I agree. Why does this bee have telepathic powers to make shapes appear? Why is she shooting out bullets? Why does her head turn into a wrecking ball?
And then you think
seems like a not very themed fight.
Yeah.
And then
it's like a lot of fights do extremely well with the theme, but this one didn't feel like one of those. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
I'm ready to jump in with this one. And then you think that's fucked up. In the third phase, she's a bomber airplane.
With a saw hands.
Yeah, and she shoots these homing fists at you and they follow you around. And if that's not enough, then for some reason she has a saw hand attack that takes up 75% of the screen. Yeah. So you're trying to dodge these saws in like 25% of the screen and not get hit by this giant AoE attack, and it just sucks.
Yeah, so for me, the last phase was just complete bullshit and impossible to beat. And it probably would have helped me if I had the lobber. Because shooting the triple shot or the pea shooter down at it was really hard. So in order to compensate for not being able to do a lot of damage in the third phase, I started playing this boss like a macro chess match. So it's an interesting mechanic in these boss fights is in a certain phase, once they start an animation, they're locked in to stay in that phase. So what the strategy was do not enough damage to it in the second phase. I mean, if you're doing damage to her the whole time, she does 3 different attacks, right?
Right.
In phase 2. But if you did less damage to her, you could get her locked into a 4th animation in the second phase.
Oh.
And once she started that, you could unload all your ults, like a ton of damage, and then you get to phase 3 with it being halfway done already. And that's the way we beat her. And the way we know that works is we die instantly in phase 3 and be halfway already without even hitting her once. So it became you gotta kind of have a feel for it, and that feel only develops after you play that boss a ton of times. But you gotta know when you should lay off on the damage in phase 2, so that you could block her into another animation and really get a lot of progress in the last phase without actually starting the last phase.
That's smart.
But yeah, for her third phase, it was actually, I didn't use the lobber because I had to move around so much to dodge the homing fist missiles. I couldn't line it up to rain down on her. For this entire boss fight, I actually used the chaser. And it's really nice because you just hold down the button to shoot, and then you just focus on dodging everything, and your bullets home in on the boss or other targets.
Yeah, I used the chaser for her third phase. I used the pea shooter for the first 2. So the chaser made it like it was when you could focus on dodging the boxing gloves, it made it much easier. So it was basically, I took damage from the boxing gloves every single time when I was trying to use the pea shooter on the third phase. But once I used the chaser, I beat it first try and didn't take any damage. Like, man, I wish I did that earlier.
Yeah, night and day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the takeaway is use the chaser and you don't have to do all this holding back damage in phase 2.
2/3 of the work. Just dodge and platform. Don't worry about aiming.
What do you guys rate this one?
I had her in S tier. She was one of the hardest bosses in the game. I thought she was... I didn't think about the thematic stuff that you guys brought up, but I thought nothing was like bullshit, like not fair about the fight. So it was a highlight of the game for me.
Yeah, I agree. She was one of the most difficult bosses, and but for me, she just wasn't as fun as Grim. So I think for me, I put her in A. She is one of the most she's so memorable though.
Only boss for your platform vertically.
I think I do have to put her in S tier just because, like, if there's 2 bosses I remember, it's Grim and Honey Bottoms and Robot.
S tier it is. Locked in. Congratulations, Rumor Honey Bottoms.
Who's up next, John?
Next is Captain Briny Beard. So Captain Briny Beard is a pirate. He's on a ship, and he has a bunch of fish friends that help him attack you. So phase 1, he's just and he's also has a treasure chest that is hanging above at the top of the screen.
Yes.
That will lower down and drop onto the deck when it's above you. So it's also another obstacle that throughout the entire fight you have to dodge. This is a fight that is definitely one of addition, where each phase, instead of completely changing the game, just adds on another thing that you need to dodge. So it starts with Captain Briny Beard up on the top deck of the ship, and you're on the lower deck. So you have to shoot up at him the entire fight. He starts by just shooting a gun at you, and that chest is there. So those are the only two things to dodge. You do a little bit of damage, and in what's brought in is fish that he can call to come and attack you. And there's 3 or 4 different fish attacks. There's this dogfish that comes in from the right side of the screen and like squirms across the deck toward you. There is a shark that he can call that will come in from the left and take up like 75% of the area that you can walk in. There is a squid that comes in and does like the gumball machine attack, but with ink balls that don't damage you, but if you get hit by them, they like blacken your screen, like darken your screen and make it harder to see and harder to dodge. I feel like there was one more. Is there one more?
I think those are the only 3.
Gotcha. So once you do enough damage to him during that phase, then comes the hardest thing to dodge in the entire game. The ship starts shooting. So at this point, you have the pirate shooting the gun at you, fish attacks, and the chest. And now, once you do a little bit more damage again to phase 3, the ship starts shooting cannonballs at you, starts spitting out cannonballs that move pretty quick along the deck from right to left. This one, actually, I don't think had a audio tell. It was just something you had to watch out for or get the timing for. So now you have to dodge like 4 different things. Finally, once you do enough damage, you go into the final phase. In this phase, the ship transforms and you're fighting the ship itself. During this phase, all you have to dodge is the treasure chest, and every so often, which is actually pretty often, the ship will open its mouth like super wide, and you have to duck, and you can't move. You have to duck this like massive laser beam that takes up the whole screen except for like the little area that you can duck into.
Yeah, the ship like Kamehamehas at you. There's also those orbs that it shoots out that like move in a circular pattern that are pretty tricky. Right. Yeah, those are pretty tricky to dodge. It shoots 3 in a row. So
I forgot about those. Those are what make the fight hard on the final phase for sure. But in J fashion, I found a cheese for them. For every single one of those orange orbs, you could go into the very left corner and duck, and they would all go over your head and never hit you.
Yeah. I just dashed through them with smoke bomb.
That makes sense.
I like that this that final phase in particular made you have to think about where you need to be when he shoots the laser, because depending on when the treasure chest drops, the laser lasts a long time. So the treasure chest is just moving left and right at the top of the screen, and it'll drop every time you're underneath it. And you're basically locked in and you can't move for the entire duration of the laser. So if you duck in the wrong spot, you're guaranteed to get hit by the treasure chest. So it makes you... I found every time it was gearing up to do the laser, I would go make the treasure chest drop and get on the other side of it, so I knew I was good.
Yep, I agree. Like, you had to bait out the treasure chest so that while you were immobile, it wouldn't drop on you. And when that laser was going, there was nothing you could do. You had to just duck in place. And
Yep.
like you said, it lasts a while. So, yep, I agree.
Yeah, for me, I love the treasure chest that was just moving back and forth the whole fight. It was funny when it would go down on you, it'd be all angry in its eyes as it slammed down, and then when it pulled back up to the top, there was like a cooldown where it wouldn't drop for, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds, and its eyes, it would just be like whistling and just looking inconspicuous during that time. It just made me laugh. It was cool. Yeah, I like the aesthetic of this fight a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, it's on theme. The dogfish were tough, but I thought the shark and the squid were pretty easy to deal with. The one wrinkle being in that third part when he's shooting cannonballs at you, you have to get up right close to where the cannonballs come out because the shark will take up the entire left hand side of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? You want to rank this one?
Yeah, I think for me, this is looking at our other rankings. Based on those, this has to be an A.
I've got this one in A tier as well. This is like the opposite of Honey Bottoms. Like everything thematically just makes sense. It's fun. I didn't think it was the hardest fight in the game, but it was fun to fight this boss. And he wasn't a pushover by any means, but it was enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was the first fight that I beat in this area. I tried Honey Bottoms, I gave up, and then I came over here and fought him, and it was just like, compared to Honey Bottoms, was just like a fun fight. Next fight is
I want to hear what Jay's got.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It's an A. It wasn't tough, but it was fun.
Cool. All right, John.
So next fight is Werner Werman, which is the rat.
The rat
like
in the
military
can.
rat. Yeah, they're like German Marine rat.
The first Nazi boss. I think it actually has a Nazi sign on its arm, which is funny, harkens back to the time period. This is a German boss, John, so it's actually Werner Werman.
Oh, that's fair.
But
that's very fair.
I thought this was a pretty cool boss. I thought each phase was very distinct from each other. First phase is it's in a can and it shoots either bombs at you or trash at you or
pillows.
Little like springboards that you can parry to jump over it as it rushes at you. So I thought it was a pretty fun first phase. Sometimes you would get into a situation where with the bombs that exploded, they sent out fireballs either direction, and with the way they both landed, there was no way to not get hit. But other than that, I thought it was extremely fair and fun first phase.
I literally 0 times successfully jumped over the can with the springboards. Could not do it. Like I realize it's probably fair and it's probably very doable, but for me, I couldn't time it right. Like it was just very difficult, and I wish I was able to do it so that I could appreciate the mechanic a little more. But I never got over it. Did you guys have more success with that?
Yeah, my note is this is the fight where I got good at parrying. I was parrying all that shit in phase 1.
Yeah, I used the springboard like twice, got over it, but then I just found it was so much easier to do your invincible dash through it that I didn't even bother using those springboards.
His second phase, I was not a big fan of.
So the second phase is he gets on a machine that is like a flamethrower machine that shoots out both directions, and what he does is he changes elevations, and you have 2 elevations to choose from, and whichever one he's on, you got to be on a different one because he's shooting out fire. But what makes it tough is there's these bottle caps around the perimeter of the screen, and some of them will start spinning, and depending on which ones are spinning, those ones will start to creep into the screen. So you have to look out for both the bottle caps on the edge of the screen and the guy with fire in the middle.
And I had the hardest time dodging around those bottle caps that would poke out. You know how I beat this phase?
You can duck under the bottle caps.
Yeah, I just ducked. I just was on the bottom and I just ducked, and you'll duck under his flames too.
No,
Yeah.
you won't. You kidding me? You can duck everything?
Yeah, you can duck everything, and it's just RNG which ones poke out. So I had like a perfect run where just none on the bottom that would hit me poked out.
That's hilarious.
So that's how I beat this phase.
I knew you could duck under either like the middle or top bottle cap, like, and the bottom one will hit you. So you have to go somewhere else for that one. I didn't know you could duck under the flame too. Just as long as the bottom bottle cap's not out, you just duck.
You just stay ducked shooting him.
It was tough to dodge those bottle caps. This is when I used the tracker projectiles on because I didn't want to think about shooting them. I just had to dodge everything.
Yeah.
And it was tough because when he was using his flames on the second level, if you jumped incorrectly, you would hit your head on him.
Yeah. What do you think of the twist?
So the end of this phase ends with a twist where a cat breaks through the wall, and in the first 2 phases, you see the cat looking through holes in the wall, so you know it's there. And it breaks through the walls and eats the rat, Werner Wehrman, which is kind of funny. His quote when you die in phase 2 is, "This tank is the ultimate weapon. You will not win." They're just leaning into the propaganda at the time. But anyway, the cat eats the rat, and you're now fighting a cat that can create ghost rats that shoot projectiles at you, and also tries to get you with its paw, which will come in one side of the screen or the other. When it does the paw attack, also things start falling from the sky.
Yeah, and I had a pretty easy time with this final phase. I probably only had to play it a few times to beat it.
Same.
Yeah, same. This phase was the only phase in the entire game that I used the Super Art 3 on. I think I said earlier too, but
oh yeah,
because it was pretty easy to control both of them on this phase because it was wide open. There really wasn't that much to dodge, and you could keep it on the middle of the cat for a long time pretty easily.
I wish I would have thought of that to use it on this one.
Yeah, it was the only one in the entire game where I found it useful.
So then the big twist that when you beat the final phase is that the face of the cat opens up, and it's actually Werner Wehrman controlling a cat mech to attack you.
I really liked that. When that opened up, I was like, that's cool. I like what they did there.
Yeah, I did too. It was a fun twist. So you guys want to get to ranking?
Yeah, I mean, for the final thing, my final note on this boss, I think for me, I thought he was the easiest boss on Inkwell Isle 3. It felt like an Isle 2 boss on Isle 3.
Disagree.
Yeah, I disagree as well.
Really?
I think we're going to talk about a boss that was easier than him in a little bit.
Yep.
I think I beat Werner Vermin in like 15 minutes.
I think there was a boss that I beat in less time than that on Isle 3.
There's a boss that I beat in like probably 5 minutes.
The robot?
No.
Okay.
I've got Werner in B tier.
I had him in C tier just because I thought he was too easy for where he was.
I thought he wasn't that bad, but I liked a lot of the thematic stuff that we talked about.
That's true. That's true. I can get behind that.
I agree with Paul. I'd put him in B tier. All right, B locked in.
It's official.
So what's next?
Next is Cala Maria, the mermaid boss. Is this the one that you guys said was super easy?
No.
Okay, because I was like, I had trouble with this one. So this one again is airplane level. You're fighting a mermaid. She. All right, someone else. Someone help me.
Yeah, so the mermaid, I've said this a few times, but the first phase is there's a couple different attacks that she'll do. She shoots these fish at you.
It's very fresh in my mind. I can lay it out.
Take it.
So there's different attacks she'll do, and it's random which two that she'll pick at the same time. That she's got the puffer fish that float up. She's got a fish that she'll grab and will shoot out an electric eel that chases you around. Or, yeah, I think eel.
Yep.
She has a turtle or something that swims underneath and shoots up landmines at you that explode in a circular pattern. He has a seahorse that will go underneath and shoot water up that will make your guy go up on the screen. There is a pink fish that she'll grab, and when she squeezes it, it shoots out projectiles in a circular direction again. And she has the ghosts that she lets out of her mouth, and three of them dive at your location. So, and then she mixes and matches those. So at any time you're dealing with two of them at a time, and it's RNG on what you get. So this first phase was very bullet helly. And some of the RNG you would get would be like a cakewalk, and others would be impossible. But I did like how much pink things there were in this phase. I could get so much cards really easily, depending on the RNG you got. And like I said, some of the combinations like really sucked, like the water pushing you up and the
ghosts.
Yeah, the ghosts.
Or the ghosts and the puffer fish at the same time was really tough for me.
Yeah, because there's no space to dodge. Yeah.
But yeah, that was the first phase. It was some RNG, but I didn't think it was overly unfair.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I thought it was a difficult phase. There was a lot coming at you, but it was manageable, and I think the variation made it a fun phase too.
You could get through it pretty quickly if you were pairing and building your special, like Jay was saying too.
Yep. And then the second phase, she gets zapped by electric eels and turns into Medusa head. And Now you have to deal with all these electric eels that come up from underwater and shoot projectiles at you, but you can kill them to make it less projectiles. This was a phase that I saved up those cards and I just tried to get through as fast as humanly possible. Because I couldn't. The other thing she did was she would shoot a green beam out from her eyes, and you'd get paralyzed in place.
Turn to
Yeah,
stone.
you get stoned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that was undodgeable too. It took up the whole screen.
Yeah,
Like-
you're correct.
This phase had a trade-off where if you shot eels, there would be less projectiles, and so when you got turned to stone, you wouldn't, like, your odds of getting hit would be lower. But when you were shooting eels, you weren't doing damage to the boss, and the eels were constantly respawning. So it was like, do I thin the herd of these eels a bit more to make it so I have a higher odds of not taking damage when I'm stoned? Or do I just focus on the boss and try to get out of this phase? So I tried to focus on the boss, but like when you have like 10 eels and they're all shooting, 20 projectiles each, it's like taking up so much screen, and when you can't move, you're just getting hit.
I found if you use the alternate fire, can sometimes do damage to both her and the eels at the same time. But if an eel pops up in front of her, it could block that and would only damage the eel. But that helped me a little bit.
Gotcha.
And then in her final phase, they turn it up a notch.
Yeah, her head comes off and you're going through a small tunnel where she can still paralyze you, and there's stuff in the background that you can hit, and isn't there also like little balls?
Little skulls
Little
going
skulls,
up and down.
yeah. But she
So-
spams her green turn to stone attack. It's annoying.
Yeah, and it's like there's nowhere to go anyway, and you're stoned, and you just always you walk into those pillars without being able to move. Like that section was tough.
I found saving a big ultimate for that final section was very helpful.
Same.
I did the same. I don't know how I'd beat it if I didn't have a big ult to start it.
Yeah.
Also, it seemed like a get out of jail free card if you were about to die. That ult.
Right, because
Did that break the stone?
you don't take damage.
If you were stoned, could you alt?
I don't know.
I guess I didn't try.
It'd be interesting.
So, do you guys have anything more to say about this one, or should we go ahead and slap a tear on it?
No, not much more to say. Just when I didn't even realize she existed because she's like on the far like top side of the island. I hadn't walked that way, so I'm like fighting the robot, and I'm like, I need a break. I need to go find an easier boss. So when I saw her, I'm like, oh, mermaid boss. Hopefully this is chill, and it was not chill.
Yeah, I do like how the different attacks all were on theme. There's
Oh,
fish, Medusa.
yeah. I did have a question. So, when you were stoned, you had to like move back and forth, left and right, to break out of the stone.
I thought you had to spam parry.
I
What?
didn't know what to do there. I just pressed all the buttons.
I think you
Okay.
had to spam parry.
I was gonna ask, like, was it hard for you guys to break out? I felt like on PC it was like difficult, and I was wondering if it would be like easier to spam left and right with a joystick, if that's even how you get out.
It was like a 2-second stun for me usually.
Yeah, it was tough to get out of. I didn't know if I was doing something wrong.
Gotcha. Yeah, I felt like it was pretty tough to get out.
Did you?
All right, so we should probably do grade.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do that, Paul?
I've got her in A tier. She's a pretty fun plane fight. A lot of the mechanics that make them fun that we kind of touched on with the other bosses. The Medusa angle was cool. I thought the stone mechanic was unique. It was the only boss I can think of where it like CC'd you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she was fun. She was memorable.
I have her in B tier just because her stone mechanic was undodgeable, and I wasn't a big fan. And because it was undodgeable, it made the tunnel feel.
It did suck in the tunnel. I will concede that.
Made the tunnel feel very oppressive. So I dropped her to a B tier for that.
Yeah, I agree with John. I thought it was the stun mechanic was just a little bit too much, too long, to be fair, especially at the very end. But I really like this boss, and it's one of the more memorable ones for me, the whole group. B it is.
All right, let's talk about the master bullet hell plane boss.
Yeah. The robot. I think for me, no. At this point, I was better at the game, though. It's so close between him and Grim, who was the most difficult boss in the game.
He had so much shit. Like, Grim's first two phases were easier than his first two phases, I thought. But Grim's third phase was harder than any of his phases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, he had two very difficult phases. But, like, so the robot, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so his first phase, he's got three components that you have to destroy. He's got a laser beam antenna. He's got a hanger stomach that he launches these, like, planes out of. And he's got his heart that he launches these force fields out that split the screen in half.
That are undodgeable. You have to parry them to break them.
Correct. So you break each part, and as you break each part, it turns into something new. So you break the antenna, and it turns into a cannon that shoots these nuts and bolts at you that you have to dodge now in like a big circular pattern. And then you break his stomach, and it shoots out these homing skull bombs that are really annoying. And you break his heart, and out pops like an actual heart that you have to damage in phase 2 while you're attacking like all of these new things, fending them off. And then after you do that, his head pops off. It like ejects. It flies past you. And then it circles back in from the left, goes out of frame on the right, and it's just going back and forth. And it's very difficult to hit. And all the while, you have these homing skull bombs that are coming in from behind you to the left and in front of you to the right. And you're dealing with all that. You're trying to attack this head that's flying by, and it's just nauseating.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was tough but fair. I still think that phase 2 of the dragon was bullshit. That's got to be the hardest for me. And I think by this point, I had gotten so much better at the airplane part of the game that it wasn't as tall of a mountain to climb. I had already done the mermaid by this point. And what I found is if you use your lob shot, you could damage both the heart and the hanger at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So you could, and my strategy was I'd bring all three of them up to almost destroyed and then hit them all at once and knock them all out at the same time, and you could skip a part of that fight.
Yeah.
So that was my strategy to get through the first phase. It took a while to develop that strategy, though, but I thought it was fun the whole time. And one of the coolest designed bosses, I thought, in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep, for sure.
The second phase was easy. There's not a lot of strategy there. And then third phase, I did my same strategy that I did with the bird. Is you just gotta stay at the very back of the screen and barely move up and down.
For the bullet hell
wrinkle,
phase?
Yeah, the wrinkle that it threw in there was the walls that would come up, and that's what made it infinitely more challenging than the bird thing, is because you'd have to go across up and down. But for the most part, just focusing on what's right in front of your guy, you could dodge it.
When I first did this one, I started to press my X and get small to dodge them, but then the fight was just taking too long.
Right, because you're not doing damage while you're dodging. So I did the same thing.
So then I just got good and didn't get hit.
Nice. Yeah, this was another one where basically I had so much trouble on phase 3. I got so good at phase 1 and 2, I'd go into phase 3 full lives. It's you play phase 1 and 2 so much. I got this in-depth strategy written out. It's a 13-part strategy of exactly what I did every single time on phase 1 to beat it without taking damage. Got top distract laser, bottom kill planes, mid parry, top distract laser, mid parry, bottom planes, top laser, mid parry, bot kill planes, mid kill planes, or kill parry, mid bomb unit. Every time, that was my sequence, and I was able to beat it. But it's in order to develop that, I played the first phase 100 times, and then by the time I wrote it down, I had it memorized because I did it 50 times in a row.
Yeah, I had a set of I did the same thing every time for the first phase as well.
Because because that phase is ridiculous. Especially if you kill something too early, and now you have something else to dodge. Especially the middle. If you killed the first phase of the heart in the center too early, and now we didn't touch on it yet, but coming out of the left side, you have the arm or the magnet coming out. Those things were so disruptive compared to everything else. Just because the arm took up the entirety of the center of the screen and then shot out little laser balls or energy balls at you. And then the magnet just made it so you couldn't dodge anything because you're getting pulled into it. And it pulled the bombs too. So if you had the bottom and the middle together, it's a magnet that's pulling you and the bomb together.
I usually had an alt to alt his heart, so I killed him pretty quickly by that point. So I didn't get his arms coming through or the magnet very often in that phase.
Yeah, so exactly. I developed my strategy to make sure that I always killed the center, the heart last, because it was the most annoying additional thing to deal with.
I also liked in his final phase when it's the bullet hell that Dr. Call is just laughing hysterically the whole time. That was a nice touch.
Yeah.
Really sold the mad scientist.
I like the design of the robot. It gave me Iron Giant vibes.
Yep. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. This one's just a good fight. Very difficult, but it's just a good fight. Every time I died on this one, I wasn't mad at the fight. I was mad at myself. Just annoyed that I mechanically did something wrong or had a mental lapse. I think I touched on it earlier, but in my notes here, I have get to the bottom idiot. Because the first 5 times I got to phase 3, a big wall that takes up about 3/4 of the screen comes in from the top. And the first 5 times I made it to phase 3, I got hit by that wall and just didn't get to even learn anything about phase 3 because I instantly took damage. And by the 4th time I did it, I'm why can't you remember that happens? What are you doing?
Yep.
Yeah, so for me, this is an easy S tier.
I agree.
Agreed. So I think that's the easy S that we all agreed on.
Yep.
I think strongest in the game.
Yeah, same. And then moving forward, we have Sally stage play. Is this the one you guys beat in 5 minutes?
Yep. This is the same fight as Goopy with a little bit extra.
Yeah. This is a very easy one.
It's so easy that it seemed out of place. This should have been a fight. Aisle 1.
What gun did you guys use for it?
I think I used the lobber and the spread.
Yeah, I used the spread.
I also used lobber and spread.
You just kill her so fast, too.
Yeah. This is another one that does have a hidden phase, though. I forget what the second one was. I think it's the genie. The genie has a second phase. I don't remember exactly how you unlock it. But this one, if you don't do any damage in the first phase, when she goes into the back to like meet the dude, he's not there or something, and cries, and there's an additional enemy in the third phase.
The third phase, that's where he's like shooting lightning and the weather stuff, right? That was so easy. It literally has a sign on the screen that tells you
what's coming. Yeah. And it's not none of it was hard to dodge.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree with you guys. It felt like we can run through this one, but it felt like a misplaced fight for sure. So the first phase is just her. She has like 4 attacks. None of them are hard to dodge. The second one is the exact same. She's exactly the same, but now she's in front of a house and there's like babies that throw bottles out of the house at you. But they just go straight down and they're very slow, so nothing's hard to dodge. She has one additional attack where she has an umbrella and mouse toys come out of it, and they're very easy to dodge. And there's mice coming down the screen as well, and they're easy to dodge. Anyway, then she's on a set. In the wiki, it said it's her heaven set. She's elevated by ropes or cables. And she has 3 attacks here. She has a wave, she has a meteor, and she has lightning. Like we just said on the top left, it tells you what's coming. None of these are hard to dodge either. And then on the final stage, she's in the center, raised up. This is like her messed up set. Everything's disheveled. She's hoisted by cables in the center of the stage, and there's an umbrella that chases you around, so you just have to dash over it. Yep. Very strange that this fight's here. In stage 1, maybe this would have been a really good fight, but where it is, it's weird.
Yeah, I have a note that says a welcome break compared to the other bosses of Inkwell Isle 3. D.
Yeah, that is true. It gave me a breather and made me feel really confident.
S.
I'm good at this game. Beat that in 2 minutes. Just gotta finish the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to get into on strategy or how to think it. I do think it's kind of cool. Going into it, I thought it would be really awesome because it's a stage play turned into a boss fight, right? So that seemed just the theme of it and what it was trying to do was really cool. I thought having different acts of the play that you have to do different fights in, it was so easy that it becomes forgettable.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think it was well designed. It's not like And like I said, if it was in Inkwell Isle 1, might have been the best fight on Isle 1.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But on Isle 3, it's a D.
So John says D. What do you have it as, Paul?
I have it as a D tier as well.
D.
D is in
Seems
dog.
fitting. D seems fitting. So locked in. And so this next fight that we're going to talk about is the one that I got the achievement for beating a boss without getting hit.
Really? On Phantom Express?
Yep.
Wow.
This, so I can take this one. This one, to me, was also easier than the rest of them on Inkwell Isle.
I agree. Yeah.
3. It was tough at the beginning, but once you learned what they were going to do, it was really easy to avoid attacks. Everything was telegraphed. As long as you killed the things that dropped bricks, then it really wasn't an issue.
That's funny. I have them called out as bars of soap.
They're bricks.
On my
I just parried them though.
You parried them as they're dropping them?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't do that because it would bounce me up into something and I'd take damage. So I'd just kill them before it got to me.
But, yeah, I did the same.
Yeah. Well, we should preface it as you're on a train cart following this haunted train. The first phase is there's a ghost with eyeballs in its hands, and it's throwing bouncing eyeballs at you, which you can shoot to destroy or dodge. On your minecart, you can parry either side, which will move you to the middle of the screen or the right of the screen. And based on that, you have to avoid the bouncing eyeballs. And then in phase 2, there was the skeleton that would come out. You moved on to a further section of the train, which had 3 carts. It was random on which of the 3 carts had the skeleton head. The other 2 would be its arms, and they would smack down. So you just had to make sure you weren't where the arms were. And then in phase 3, there was the 2, I don't know what they were.
They called them lollipop ghouls.
Oh,
I never would have guessed they were lollipops.
I'm going to say like pancakes or something. But yeah, they look like lollipops, I guess. They come out and they have a really telegraphed big attack. And other than that, there's these ghosts flying at you that when you kill them, they drop something where if it hits the edge of your minecart, it'll move. So that was a little added wrinkle that I thought was kind of cool. You had to be careful where you killed the ghosts. And then the final phase, you got to the front of the train cart and there was a thing you had to parry which exposed its part that you could actually damage. And for this one, I just used my invincibility ult and bursted it down. So I don't actually know what projectiles are coming at you.
So there was a ring of bones that fell from the sky, and it when it hit the ground, it would move horizontally. So it would fall and then move horizontally, and then the thing you're shooting is like the charcoal or like the burner, right? Where out of that like the furnace, out of the furnace, like black coal, fiery coal would shoot out. So those were the 2 projectiles that I remember. But really, the 3rd phase was pretty short. I think I parried. I was using for basically the whole fight. I was using the lock-on one. What was the name of that one?
Tracer.
Chaser.
The chaser. I was using it, and I only needed to parry to open up the furnace twice. So really, like, that section only took like 20 seconds, which for the chaser, like, it does so little damage. I thought it was pretty quick.
I too used the chaser for this entire fight.
I think I used the spread.
I used the spread for 2 and 3, and chaser for 1 and 4.
Damn. Yeah. No. I thought it was well designed. I thought it was difficult but fair, and I just think it wasn't as difficult as others in this final aisle.
Yeah, and for like the final boss before you're allowed to go into Area 4, Inkwell Hell, because it's like the train tracks are blocking your path to get there. So like it's the final boss, and it has to be the final boss of the area. And it wasn't the hardest, which I feel like for Inkwell Isle 1 and 2, the hardest boss was the final boss.
Yeah, I agree.
Not saying I didn't enjoy it. I thought the theme of it and the fight itself was fun. But
yeah, the platforming with this one was interesting too. How the environment could move your cart when you didn't want it to.
Right. Honestly, I'm thankful it wasn't the hardest boss, because you imagine you just beat the robot and you're like, all right, let's go to hell, and then there's this one final thing in your way and it's harder than the robot. That would have been terrible.
Would have been defeating.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys just want to get to ranking this?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I've got it in C tier.
I'd say like a high. I'd say if we have a B- tier, this would be a B- for me.
I agree. I'd put it at B-, and mainly just because I like the premise and the theme of a ghost train. If anything has a ghost train, it gets bonus points in my book.
Yeah, I just thought it was a fun fight, just in general.
All right. Yep. Time to go to hell.
Going to hell. So in hell, there's only two fights. There is King Dice's Casino, and after you beat King Dice's Casino, the final fight, the Devil. So let's start and focus on the Casino and King Dice. So once you enter the casino, there is a table, kind of like a craps table, where it's a path, like a board game path, where each number has a different boss that you can fight, or you roll a dice or a die, and each number that you roll has a different outcome. So you start on the very beginning. 1 is a different boss, 2 is a different boss, 3 is a different boss, and 4 is a safe zone, typically. So every 4 tiles, there's 3 boss fights to choose from, or that you can have to fight, and a safe zone. So you want to hit basically all the safe zones so that you can get to the end, which is at 10, without having to lose too many lives. And also, on some of the boss fights, and this comes down to random RNG, you can gain a health by landing on that fight. So really, for me, this was about figuring out which boss fights I could do without losing too much health, so I could get to the King Dice fight at the end with as much health as possible. So to go through those fights, if you rolled a 1, you fought the Tipsy Troop, which were a shot, a beer, and like a martini that each did a different attack. Boss 2 on the 2 spot was Chip Spedigan, who was just poker chips, and he would split into different levels of chips, and you just have to jump in between the chips as they're moving toward you. 3 was Mr. Wheezy. He was a cigarette that he would send out an attack that like kind of swirled toward you, and then you had to jump from side to side. There were 2 ashtrays that he'd appear in. I didn't fight Pip and Dot on number 4 very much. Do either you know what they did?
Yeah, this was my go-to for the second group. Essentially, there was a domino that was on a swing that would lower down. The floor was constantly moving to the left, and behind you there were spikes, and on the ground there would be spikes, so you'd have to jump over the spikes while continually moving right. At the same time, it would shoot out projectiles. Some of them you could parry. It would make a smaller domino fly out and fly around the perimeter of the screen you'd have to jump over. And that's about it. So as long as you could keep moving right and dodge everything, you can get through it pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Number 5 was Hoppus Pocus, who was a rabbit that I landed on one time, lost all of my lives, and decided I'm never going on that one again.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Well, I would accidentally land on him a lot, and I got to a point where I could do it without losing life. If you had the invisible dash, it didn't matter where the opening was on the circle when it constricts into you, because you could just dash to the other side of it every time. And then all you have to do is parry the spade, the pink spade, when it went up and down.
Sometimes I couldn't get to it in time. It would spawn too far away from where I was.
I would get nervous that I would hit 5, because if I hit 5, but I only hit it once, because we'll get into it, but I figured out you can basically choose what die number you get every time. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I only hit it once. I didn't even come close to beating it, and decided I'm never doing that one again. Number 6 was Fear Lap, which was the horse betting boss. He was kind of like on a flying saucer almost, in the top right of the screen, and he would shoot out boxes at you that would release projectiles in a circle. Meanwhile, there was a horse race going on at the bottom of the screen, and one of the types of racers, once they got underneath you, would shoot up and try to damage you that way. So that was the one. That was my go-to in Group 2. I tried to always do Fear Lap because I thought he was pretty easy. Number 7 is Pirouette. Again, I'm not sure what Pirouette did.
Pirouette I thought was very easy. I don't know. Paul, do you want to talk about this one?
It was very similar to Sally's stage play's first phase. She just walked at you and jumped at you, and you just dashed.
You could really just like sit on the ground and shoot at her and dash through her. It was really easy to not take damage.
Gotcha. Number 8 was Mangosteen, which I don't know why that's the name of the 8-ball, but that's all right. This one, again, for the third group, this was my go-to, because with the triple shot, I think it was literally like, so there were boxes that moved from left to right across the screen, but they didn't really...
I don't know what they're called, John. They're like the chalk.
Oh, the chalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So like the Q chalk? Or no, yeah, whatever. The chalk for like pool. And they would just move across the screen. They didn't target you, so they were pretty easy to dodge. You could basically ignore them, unless they're going to land on you. And then he would shoot a laser that did target you, like every few seconds. I found that if you got underneath him with the triple shot, he could shoot 3 lasers and he was dead. Like, it was a 10-second fight.
Yeah, that was my go-to as well, but I knew, and I tried to time it with the dice, but sometimes I would land on something I didn't want to. Pure roulette or mangosteen were easy. It's the other one that you're about to talk about that I think is impossible.
Yeah, number 9 is Mr. Chimes. It's like one of those monkey toys with the symbols. And honestly, I never landed on this one a single time.
This one sucked.
This one's awful. So, and if I landed on this one, it was a run ender. Like, just restart. Because
really,
there's all these cards on the back screen. And at the battle starts, they're all flipped face side up. And then they all flip over. And you have to fly and parry to get matches. And only when you get a match, you can actually damage the monkey with the chimes. And meanwhile, the monkey with the chimes is going all over the screen. And you can't turn around when you're an airplane. So you can only damage it half the time.
This is an airplane fight?
Yeah. And so then you only had a certain amount of time to damage it, and then the cards flip back over, and you'd have to remember all the way back to the beginning of the fight what the other matches were before you could even damage him again. I thought that Mr. Chimes was just bullshit.
The damage you dealt didn't even matter because once you got, well, it did, but like getting the cards fast. Like if you did more damage, it was fixed, right?
I don't.
You do damage, and then he'd go invulnerable again. And then you had to match more cards to be able to damage him again. You do enough damage, you got to match more cards until all of the cards are matched. It sucks. You guys keep talking about your go-tos, but when I was doing this, I would just go to whatever one would give me extra health.
You see, I kind of cheesed this. My go-tos were 2, 6, and 8, and I would restart my game until 2, 6, and 8 had health on them.
Oh, that's funny.
So I'd only run it 1 out of 27 tries.
Hocus Pocus I didn't like, but I could usually beat him with only losing 1 health. So if he had the health on him, it was net for net. No health lost, no health gained. And then Chime sucked, but he just took time. Like he took so long to finish his fight.
Mm-hmm.
And then the run where I ended up beating King Dice, I screwed up and I had to fight 4 of these minions because I messed up with the dice. And I had to fight Chimes. Like I needed a 3 to get to King Dice, and I was on 8 and I got a 1 and I had to fight Chimes.
Did either of you ever hit the go back to the beginning?
Yeah. I hit that.
Yeah, I went through it twice, landed on Chimes, and it ended my run.
Yeah.
It doesn't reset the tiles you've already played on if you have to start from the beginning, so you can land on ones that you fought on your first run, and you don't have to fight another boss.
Yeah, they count as a safe.
Oh yeah, I only landed on go back to the beginning once, but it was my best run where I had 7 lives to go into King Dice, and then I messed up coming back, and I ended up going into King Dice with only like 3 lives. I'm like, I was so pissed. I was not in any mental state to even beat him on that attempt because I was so mad that I didn't have the 7 lives I was about to go in with.
Yeah.
So the King Dice fight, it's a 1-stage fight because all of these fights are basically his earlier phases. And if you lose on the King Dice phase, you have to go back and restart the full run from the beginning. None of your wins against any of the bosses count. So King Dice fight, like I said, 1 phase. He calls in cards. 4 of these cards are pink, and you can parry across them to get to the safe zone on the other side. Parrying across those cards was so difficult. I think I successfully did it one time.
The order of them was random too, so it was possible to get like 3 or 4 black cards in a row, and you couldn't reach it with a dash. But you couldn't reach it, so you just took a hit. It was impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that King Dice fight was very hard. I finally realized that if I can, based on the bar after the fight, when I lost, I was like, if I bring at least 6 lives into the King Dice fight, and I continuously triple shot him, and I don't care about the cards, I take 1 damage every time the cards come by, before I take the 6th hit, he'll be dead. And then before I ever did that, I realized you can get behind his hand and just and avoid the cards thing altogether, and just beat it with only lost 1 life that the time I beat it.
That's what I did. I never did the parry check. I just ran to each side and beat it with the tracker, just running back and forth while shooting. It was the easiest of them all.
Yeah, like his fight. Once you realize you can just not deal with the cards, is the easiest fight.
I never realized that I did it the hard way by having 6 lives, and he hit me 3 times.
Yeah.
And I used invincibility.
Yep, that was a tough one. So once you beat King Dice, I guess we should probably give a grade to the casino and King Dice, that whole fight. I thought it was very creative, interesting. Honestly, it might have infuriated me, but the fact that the dice always spin at the same speed, and you could basically choose what you're fighting. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative. Like, it might have been more like rewarding at the end if I actually was forced to beat a run where if I was forced to get good at every boss, or semi-boss.
I liked that this switched up the formula, having a bunch of single phase bosses. It really felt like these were all the ideas that they couldn't make into a full boss, and they put here.
Yeah.
It was really cool that there's all of these, and you didn't have to necessarily interact with 60% of them,
Yeah.
And so I really liked the variety. Each of these bosses was distinct. They're all seemed like you could figure them out, except for Mr. Chimes. I guess just the end part, it seemed kind of like a bummer that your 2 options was cheese the Miss King Dice and go behind his hand, or do an impossible parry check.
Right.
Paul, thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I wish they wouldn't have made the card order random. I wish that it would have been all, because most of the times it was possible to parry across, but there were just a few times where it wasn't. And usually I had enough health to where if I only got hit 1 time, it wouldn't have mattered if I got good. But yeah, that I struggled parrying across even when it was possible. So I think overall I'd give them A tier.
I agree. I think because of how fun it is, and like the change up with the style and how the fight is organized. And I think like you just get into the casino and you see that board and you're like, what is this? This is cool. What are we about to do here? I think I liked that. I liked what they did with that for sure.
Yep, that's where I was leading to. A it is.
And finally, the final fight of the game against the devil. So before we get into the fight, when he asked for the soul contracts, did you guys say yes or no?
I said yes.
What happens when you say yes?
The credits roll. You join his team as one of his minions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to happen, but I said yes. And I think you get an achievement too. But I did it because I thought, well, didn't I gather all of these contracts to give to him? Why would I not hand them over?
That's funny.
Like, why didn't I just go to the casino instead of fighting all of these hard bosses if I was just going to fight them?
I had a little different of an experience. I said no the first time. Played it for an hour. Couldn't figure out how to beat it. Put it down for the night. Was texting Paul, and Paul's like, "Oh, the charge shot helps a lot in phase 1." And I didn't have enough money for that, so I left. I went and got enough money, bought the charge shot. I came back, and I was just mashing through the dialogue at the beginning because I forgot it asked you yes or no.
Yeah.
And so I accidentally clicked yes, and then there was a cutscene, credits rolled. I was like, oh, oops. But then I just reloaded and played it the other way.
That's funny. Yeah, I was like, I didn't know, but I was thinking that it was going to be one of those situations where whatever you answered didn't matter. But I'm glad it's not. I'm glad there is actually an alternative ending if you decide to join his team or accidentally do.
Yeah, mashed through the cutscene for the second time. But yeah, I think for being the climax of the game and the final boss, I was a little bit underwhelmed.
Yeah, so let's get into the devil fight. First phase, he is in the center of the room, sitting on like a throne, I think. And he has about 5 different attacks. And these imps that run in from either direction throughout the entire fight pretty frequently. And they just run back and forth. They're not targeting you, they just run across. But he's got 5 different attacks. One is these little flames that move in a circle and like chase you around, with the center flame being parryable so that you have a little bit more space to move. Another is these 4 balls that bounce around the the entire screen. Again, one of those is parryable so that only 3 will be bouncing around. He has like another one of the like flames, but 6 of them in a circle this time, and they one by one shoot toward you. And so you have to dodge them and have them go past you. He has this one where he stretches his arms out and kind of just like claps in the middle, so you have to jump as high as you can and be in the air for the entire time his arms are on the screen, which can be tough, especially starting out. He has one where he kind of sticks his neck out really long and goes across basically the whole screen, so you have to get to the far side. Kind of looks like a dragon, I guess, when he's doing that. But that one's really not hard to beat. And then finally, he has one where he removes his head and drops it from the ceiling between 3 and 5 times. So this phase, I thought, was difficult to get through initially, but once you figure each of the attacks out, because it's one attack at a time, and there's really not too much going on other than the single attack. Like, once you get good at it, it's a phase that you can get through without taking much damage at all.
Yeah, I agree. And Paul's message really helped me out. He said you could get through phase 1 with 10 charge shots, so I just count them off. And like you said, once you know the patterns, nothing's really too difficult.
What gun do you use, John?
I used a triple shot, and I just stood in the middle jumping.
I was using that at first, and it was taking forever to get through his first phase, and then I switched to the charge gun, and it took less than half the time.
Really? How many attacks did you usually have to face?
like 6.
I was facing exactly the same, like 5 or 6 with the triple shot.
Maybe only 3. I don't. It was considerably shorter.
Okay.
But I thought like he's got 6 different attacks that he can do: 3 projectile, 3 non-projectile, and it's just and they're all pretty fast coming at you, and it's hard to realize which one he's using and then react appropriately, because you get good at reacting to each individual attack, but he does them in a weird order, and you panic and you get hit because you didn't do the right thing, because you're trying to keep it all straight.
Yeah.
And the timing to dodge the goat arm attack is tight. Like, you got to jump at the right time, and I kept jumping too early.
Same.
And I just say, I just know when I jump too early, I'd be like, fucking early. I'd pause it before I got hit by it, and I'd retry. Because I just knew.
You could dash, though, to extend your time a little bit, though.
Oh, yeah, I was dashing every time. I'd jump dash.
Yep, like at the top of your jump.
His first phase was my favorite part of the fight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Me too.
Although, like I said, it's always one attack at a time, which is strange to me because we fought like 5 or 6 bosses that overlap their attacks and like make it really hard. But he has 6 different attacks and he's only using one at a time. And like, once you spend an hour fighting him and playing that phase over and over again, like I was consistently getting through that phase without taking damage.
There was a lot of times where he'd have a projectile attack and then he'd use a goat arms attack, and you'd have to dodge the projectiles that were still in the air while jumping over his arms.
Yeah. Like I probably played against him for like total like 2 hours, and I think that happened twice. At least for me.
I think I probably played him for 3 hours. He took me a little longer.
Yeah. So once you beat that first phase, a hole in the center of the map opens up and fire starts coming in from the 2 sides of the screen. So you jump down the hole and chase the devil. Oh, sorry. He steps out of like his devil suit and he's just a skeleton now. Jumps down the hole, and you chase him down the hole, and now you're in the depths of hell. It's a dark screen. There's 5 platforms for you to sit on, and the devil's head is basically taking up the entire screen in the background. You have to shoot him in basically the eyes to do damage, and in this phase, he has 3 attacks. The first being, there's like a flaming saucer or rock that falls on each of the...
it's a poker chip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't look at it close. I thought it was just like some arbitrary saucer, but yeah, there's a flaming poker chip that falls on... falls to like the pedestals that you can stand on. There is a axe that he shoots at you, which will do like an attack where it starts with a small circle and then the circle becomes larger. So you have to it can hit you on multiple pedestals. And then finally he has a bomb which he sends out of his ear, which blows up and makes an explosion on about half the map. But it's parryable, and you can also just go to the other side of the map to dodge that attack. So what was your guys' thoughts on phase 2 of the devil fight?
I thought it was pretty easy. But just because the hitbox on the devil was ginormous, so I used the triple shot, could get through it really quick.
Yep, I'm there with you. I think phase 2 is super easy. He only has 3 attacks, and once you figure out how to dodge them, they're all very easily, consistently dodged. And then for phase 3, we stay in the same location. Stay in the same location for the rest of the fight. Phase 3, 2 two demons, I guess, one on each side of the map, come in. And at this point, the devil's like tearing up a little bit because he can see that his defeat is coming. These demons on the edges, they spit out skulls that travel across the screen horizontally, and above there's like little flying imps that spin and fly toward you and try to kill you as well. Uh, I thought this phase again, it was more difficult because the imps replace like two of the pedestals, so you only have the three pedestals to jump on. Again, the falling poker chips are still coming down at you, but I thought it was a little more difficult just because there's more to dodge. There was the imps, which you had to make sure you shot before they got to you, or else they're going to do damage. The poker chips making you move to different pedestals if it's above you, and then the skulls. Uh, if you had a poker chip and a skull coming down, a poker chip coming down, and a skull coming toward you at the same time, it actually made it pretty difficult to be able to dodge everything. Especially, like I said, you only had three pedestals, so there wasn't much area to dodge to. So I
Yeah,
thought this was a better section than for the second phase.
this is a phase I saved my ultimate for and used it, and then just had to shoot it for a couple more seconds, and I was done with this phase.
Yeah, I did the same thing because it was difficult for sure.
Yep. The first time I got to this phase, I beat the boss.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was really just figuring out phase 1 and 2, and then that was it for me.
Nice. Yeah, I wish I died on the final phase. Which you look at the bar after the thing. The final phase is like 2 seconds long. He has no health in the final phase.
Yeah.
I died on the final phase 4 times before I beat him. I was getting so frustrated. The final phase, there's only one, or so all of the other enemies leave. It's just you and the devil. The devil's in taking up the whole screen as he has been, but now he's crying because he's basically done. There's only one pedestal for you to stand on. The poker chips are still falling, so you have to jump and then dash back onto your pedestal.
You're right, though. In the final phase, I just forgot dashing was a thing.
Yeah, dude. Because then you could just dash back onto the platform. It was no big deal.
But I never did that. I just was like, I gotta parry these tears. It's the only way.
I was just jumping around the chip and like avoiding the tears. Like, only way.
I was
Makes
trying.
no sense.
Yeah, I was trying to jump around them, but I kept fucking it up, and I'd either fall off or I'd still get hit.
Well, the thing was, the jump was extremely tight just to do that. Like, jump around it.
Yeah, and I'm like shaking at this point because I'm sensing victory in the anticipation and the anxiety of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just keep messing up, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta fight that first phase again. So yeah, I probably died probably 5 or 6 times to this final phase before I was able to get the timing down on parrying the tears. And I think I popped invincibility too, and I just was able to get hit by a plate, and then he was dead.
Yep.
Because it's super short. Like, I think if you're using the spread or any gun that does average damage or more, he dies really fast. Like, it's just two poker chips fall and he's dead.
Yep, exactly.
Do you guys already start?
Yeah, we
No,
in on that
kind of. Oh, then yes.
I think that's a good. So another one of those phases where like it could have been hard if it was longer. What do you think of the final phase of the fight, Jay?
Yeah, like I maybe said before, as soon as I got to the third phase of the fight, I beat the fight, so I only did the final phase and the third phase once. But the final phase was pretty short. I just dodged 2 poker chips and beat the final boss. So I was happy about that, but it was, kind of disappointing that the final boss was already over.
I think I spent 4 hours on the final boss, 4 hours on the devil.
On double?
Yeah, I was just like, I was playing like shit because I was just so excited to beat this game because I really binged it in about 3 days.
Yeah, I know you were crazy. You beat it so fast.
I think I started playing it on Tuesday, and I only played like the first island the first couple days, and then I beat 2 and 3 in the casino. There's between Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning.
Yeah, whereas I'm like taking the full 2 weeks beating it.
1 boss a day.
But yeah, exactly. I beat the first world on the first day, and then it's like, all right, let's slow down. Let's take our time. Let's not burn out. Went 1 boss a day until I beat it the day of of the recording.
Yeah. So, the devil was probably. He was really fun to fight, I thought. I really liked his first phase, the variety that he offered. You had to learn how to react to 6 different attacks, and the timing on the jump to avoid the goat attack was tight. It felt good when you successfully did it. And then the fight kind of fell off, but just the rush from beating the devil, it was probably the most satisfying, most fun fight in the game, I thought. Carried on it by its first phase. So, for me, I put the devil in S tier.
Yeah, I think the devil was a fun fight. Like you said, the first phase was good. I did think there were funner phases that were more bullet hellish earlier in the game where there were multiple attacks coming through at one time. Where I know the devil did it once in a while, but it wasn't like a guaranteed thing, which I felt after playing through the first phase, 50 times, it became kind of easy. And then it was just a matter of beating the rest of it. And I think because of that, the devil obviously wasn't the most difficult boss in the game. And I think it loses some points for me for being the final boss of a very challenging game and not being the most difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is that a sin in a game, like a boss fight focused game, to not have the final boss be the hardest boss?
I don't know if it's a sin for it. I mean, I haven't played that many hard games, if I'm being completely honest, so I don't know if there's general rules, but as someone who hasn't played many hard games, it feels like the hardest should be the final. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, after beating the robot, the sense of relief and the amount of, pumpedness was, more than beating the devil. And beating the devil meant beating the whole game. So, for that, it loses some points. It was a good boss, but it wasn't whoa, that was the final boss, But I'd still put it in my A tier.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun boss. Wasn't that hard, and I do think that the final boss should be the hardest. Otherwise, you finish it and you go kind of like, huh, I was expecting something way worse. Right, so for me, it loses some points. I put it in A tier because it was fun. I think it did flex all the strengths of the game, where you had to use a lot of the mechanics and took a lot of precision. So I put it A tier.
Was it the only boss fight that had 2 separate stages? Any other fights do that?
Well, if you're talking about stage play.
Yeah, Sally moved.
The whole battle was on different stage sets.
Yeah, and I guess in some of the plane fights, you're moving through different areas too. So well, it was good, charming.
So that concludes our discussion of each boss, and concludes the creation of our tier list. So I think we can go through and do a quick overview of where everyone ended up.
Let's
our
run
S
it
tier,
down.
yeah, our S tier consists of Grim Matchstick, Rumor Honeybottoms, and Dr. Call's Robot. Our A tier is Beppy the Clown, Waldy Warbles, Captain Brinybeard, King Dice, and the Devil. Sitting in C tier. I didn't do B tier.
B tier.
B tier, it's Heltha Berg, Jimmy the Great, Werner Vermin, Calamaria. That's it.
Yeah.
In C tier
B
is
minus
Baroness
tier.
von Bonbon. Huh?
We have a B minus tier.
Oh, struggle. We do have a B minus here, which makes no sense, but well, you know what? It's here, and there's multiple things in it, so we're keeping it.
And it's the most official tier list of Cuphead bosses on the internet.
That makes sense, yeah. So if you got rid of B minus tier, then you can't get rid of B minus tier because you'd be messing with the most official tier list. That wouldn't work out. So B minus tier, important tier. It's Caribbean Croaks and Phantom Express. In C tier, we have Baroness von Bonbon all by herself. In D tier, there's the Root Pack, Cagney Carnation, and Sally Stage Play. And finally, at the bottom is Goopy Legrand, the purple goop ball with no direction.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. So, with that, I guess we should get into overall game score. Oh, but before we do that, I'm curious, what were your guys' overall death counts at the end of the game?
My death count was 842 per the pool at the end of the game.
Mine was 866.
753. Although,
Yeah, I looked
I
it
think-
up, and retries don't count toward the death count, and
yeah,
my death count's probably double that number. Because
I
anytime
was going to say, yeah.
I'd get
Sorry,
hit,
go ahead.
anytime I'd get hit in early fights, I just immediately retry.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure my death count is probably 5 times this 753 number because I retried way more than I actually lost all my lives. Like, not even close to the number of times that I lost all my, or not even close was the number of times I actually lost my last life compared to hitting the retry button. Because I was hitting the retry button as soon as I lost my first life, every time. I probably lost more than 753 lives, or retried more than 753 times on the dragon alone.
I bet you could beat the game then without ever dying if you just retried every time you got to one life.
You're right. I'm sure you could.
It's funny. I like when games do that, when they tell you how many times you died. Celeste does that. But there's, like, you never retry in Celeste because the respawn is instantly. So it's a true death count. And it was pretty cool to see at the end of each level.
Yeah, it would have been nice if it counted retries to know the true number of times that you attempted.
Yeah,
But at least it gives us something.
it tries.
So earlier I did talk about how unlocking the game or finishing the game unlocks expert mode. While I was looking up just some of the end game content, I noticed that actually a lot of the characters that are walking around that didn't seem to actually do anything with you are basically end game content that you can, if you were to come back to the game, actually add more to do. So an example of this is the turtle in Inkwell Isle 3. He's talking about being passive and being a pacifist. If you actually play the run and guns without killing a single enemy, and this includes every enemy, even the walls on the gravity run and gun, when the cars come out, their mouths are open and you can actually dash through their mouths before they close back up. So like every single enemy, if you don't kill a single enemy on a running gun, you actually unlock a grade higher than an A plus. You get a P for pacifist. And if you do that on all 4 or all 6 running guns, you can talk to him and it unlocks an audio and visual setting where you can play the game in black and white, and you can play with the music sounding like it was recorded on, I don't know what they used to record, like an old timey music recorder. So like the game's in black and white and the music sounds bad. Like, but it's something to unlock. But I saw that I think a lot of the people around the islands options where you can find you can
eggs.
Unlock their content and maybe unlock something else. I didn't look everything up, but I know like there was the domino on Inkwell Isle 3 who kept saying you don't live in this world. There's people like me and everybody else, and you seem like everybody else. I'm like, I was curious how to seem like him, but never figured that out. Sure, that's something to figure out. The 3 members of the barbershop quartet who were missing their 4th member, never found the 4th member. I'm sure he's somewhere. So there is more content to this game if you were to come back.
Yeah. Little crumbs.
Mm-hmm. So overall, I think we basically talked about every point that we wanted to talk about for Cuphead. I think it's time to get into a game score overall for each of us.
Yeah, I can go first. So I'm giving Cuphead an 8 out of 10. It's really fun. Like I said, I got really into it and it was addicting. I couldn't put it down. I just wanted to beat these bosses. But it loses points for having so many bosses in C tier and below. In a game with this many bosses, there will be some that are going to be not as fun to fight, but I thought there were too many where they weren't memorable, they weren't hard enough, or some combination of those factors. But for $20, you get a lot of bang for your buck, and it is a very unique and stunning game visually wise. Feels different from other games that are out there.
Gotcha. Yeah, for me, I'm going to have to give Cuphead an 8.5. To this point, or before playing Cuphead, I really hadn't played any difficult games. Games that, you just sit in one area and you keep grinding and until you can complete and make a little bit of progress, like you had to in Cuphead. But I feel like Cuphead does a good job of having that style visually and audio and in the music where it's fun, it's whimsical, the characters are fun, so I'm not getting super stressed out or super frustrated, and I'm able to just keep grinding out a boss until I'm finally able to beat it. I think that's important, especially for someone like me who hasn't played a lot of these games. So for me, I think 8.5 is where I'm gonna slot Cuphead.
Yeah, I thought that Cuphead was fun. I think I texted Paul at my lowest point, and I told him I would give this game a 2 out of 10. But I came around to it after getting out of that low point, and beating it really felt like an accomplishment. I'm glad I beat it. I think it's cool that in the Xbox achievements, it says only 8% of people who bought the game actually beat it. So it feels like you're one of few people who actually stuck it out the whole way. I'm glad that John forced me to play it. I don't regret spending time beating this game. I thought it was worthwhile. And to me, I'll remember a lot of those bosses, for a very long time. So for me, it was a 7 out of 10. Not my favorite game in the world, but I enjoyed my time.
Yeah, the bosses in A and S tier, they're outstanding. Some of the bosses in S tier, some of the most fun bosses I've fought
challenging
across like any game.
Yeah, and just the feeling you get when you beat them is like, yeah, just so good. So, I guess that winds us down and completes this episode 2 of Giants of Backlog. Thank you everyone who listened to this long 4-hour podcast for Cuphead.
Yeah, if you made it this far, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. This deep dive through Cuphead.
But we'll end this episode the way we always do, and we'll let Paul pick the game for next episode.
Yep, so the next game. Dun 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 dun. We're gonna play Plague Tale: Innocence. Another scary game for John.
Sweet. All right, Plague Tale: Innocence in 2 weeks.
Can't wait. You forgot the way we end every episode.
We're the
Maybe
Giants.
I will deal with it the way I dealt with Curly Jefferson.
We're the Giants of Backlog. Eat a donut.
Oh, nice.
All right, was it good that time?